Chapter 22:01. 10 elders surrounded Chu Li's group of 5. It was 2 against 1, and they were older with a higher cultivation level. Chu Li knew that they must have predicted this situation. Since they sent people, they must have sent someone with a higher cultivation level than them. Therefore, these elders were confident that they would win. Other than their cultivation level, they might also have treasures. Therefore, their chances of escaping were slim, so they had to take risks to win. We've been ordered to bring young Master Lu back. A skinny and short elder with a protruding mouth and cheeks like a monkey said. He had a wretched look, but his voice was calm and his expression was solemn. No one dared to underestimate him. Impossible. Fu Kaiwei shook her head. Unless they step over us. We need to give Hai Yuan an explanation for his death. As for young Master Lu, we might not kill him, but we must bring him back for questioning. There's no turning back, the monkey-faced old man said in a low voice. The thin old man from before said, in my opinion, we should just kill him and save ourselves the trouble. There's no need to go through so much trouble. A debt must be paid, and a life must be paid. What's there to say? The monkey-like elder glanced at him. The skinny elder smiled embarrassedly. Senior Brother Ho, I won't say anything. The monkey-like elder looked at Fu Kaiwei. If that's the case, we can only take him away by force. All right, come on. Fu Kaiwei scoffed. Lu Zhongshan said, Senior Sister Fu, I'll go with him first. He winked. Fu Kaiwei shook her head. Impossible. Junior Brother Lu, don't be naive. Sun Mingwei said, Senior Brother Lu, they're up to no good. If you go with them, they'll kill you before our people get there. Lu Zhongshan scoffed. Junior Sister Sun, I know what I'm doing. Sun Mingwei shook her head and stopped persuading him. Fu Kaiwei said, you're a senior brother, but you're not as smart as Junior Sister Sun. Let's fight. Yes. Lu Zhongshan agreed helplessly. Initially, he did not want to implicate Fu Kaiwei and the others. Although he put on the airs of senior in front of Shao Qi and Sun Mingwei, he did not want to be looked down upon by the 2 stunning junior sisters. He wanted to appear heroic. The old man with a protruding mouth and monkey-like cheeks grunted. As expected of a great Empyrean Peak disciple, then let's fight. Fu Kaiwei said, I never expected that all of you would know that we're disciples of Great Sky Peak. The disciples of Great Sky Peak cannot kill the disciples of our heaven-shaking pavilion. The thin old man grunted in a low voice. The world is so big, and it's not up to your Great Sky Peak to do as you please. Our heaven-shaking pavilion is not to be trifled with. Stop. Gather. Window Mulberry to prepare for credit. The 10 old men shook their heads, but they had already shot out the finger of heavenly secret from their sleeves. Soundless and without any fluctuations, it would not raise any alarm. Chu Li's omniscient mirror was already observing them. When he saw this, he yelled, Be careful of the destiny finger. Fu Kaiwei snorted, Despicable and shameless. Her words were like the sound of a bronze bell. Even though it was just a delicate shout in a soft and velvety tone, her voice turned into an invisible force that clashed with the finger of divination, forming rays of bright light. When everyone saw the bright light, they knew where the finger force was and they could dodge it. As expected of the disciples of Great Sky Peak, the thin old man scoffed. They were already so old, yet they still carried out such a sneak attack. They were taking advantage of Fu Kaiwei and the others' misconception, thinking that at their age, they would respect their status and act honorably, and would not use the finger of heavenly secrets to sneak an attack. They did not expect them to see through it and even break it. Heroes come from the young, and these young people should not be underestimated. Chu Li did not use his ultimate skill. The sword of insensibility in the void above his head condensed into rays, and then into 10 rays, attacking the 10 old men separately. Bang, 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 bang. The continuous explosions caused the 10 old men to freeze, and they took a step back. Their bodies were surrounded by balls of light, some green, some purple, and some gold. This was their chi barrier, and they were all transformed from treasures. It was not their original chi barrier. The omniscient mirror could clearly see the origin of these chi barriers, and it could not help but sigh. This heaven-shaking pavilion might as well be called the Treasury Tower. However, this was also very enviable. He didn't have to use his protective aura shield first. Once the protective power of the treasure was broken, the protective aura shield could be used again. It was no different from wearing 2 layers of armor, greatly increasing the defensive power. Chu Li continued to use the Sword of Insensibility. Seeing this, Shao-Chi also used the Sword of Insensibility. Suddenly, the endless sword Qi kept hitting them. The Sword of Indifference was extremely fast, silent, and traceless. It was really impossible to guard against it. They could only feel it when it was right next to them, and then take it head-on. Chu Li's soul energy was strong, and Shao-Chi had stayed in Great Sky Peak for a period of time, so the speed of the Sword of Insensibility was not inferior to his. Great Sky Peak was indeed unique. However, Chu Li used the spiritual energy of the first heaven to condense the sword, so its purity and power were not comparable to Shao-Chi's Sword of Insensibility. Even so, Shao-Chi's Sword of Insensibility was extremely difficult to deal with, and the 10 old men were in a mess. Sun Mingyue's Divine Light Fist had also reached its peak. With a light punch, the fist force had already reached the opponent's chest. It seemed to ignore space and distance, and directly broke through the void to reach the opponent. As soon as the fist force was released, it reached the other side. This was the peak of the Divine Light Fist. Fu Kaiwei used a finger technique. Her 10 fingers gently stroked the strings, as if she was playing an invisible song. At first glance, it seemed like she was just fiddling and did not play the zither. However, one could vaguely hear the sound. The sound was not real, but more like an illusion, but it inexplicably affected people. Chu Li felt invigorated, as if the sky was raining. An endless stream of spiritual energy pierced through the air and poured into the void of his mind, making his thoughts sharper and his skills faster. He could not help but be shocked. This was a direct effect on spiritual energy. Almost everyone in the martial arts world today had not reached this level. Most of them stopped at inner energy and spiritual energy, and antique studies like the god punishing thunder sword were rare. After all, spiritual energy was illusory and difficult to grasp, and the entry requirements were extremely high. More importantly, it was difficult to cultivate, and it was difficult to build confidence. Therefore, it was rare to cultivate this kind of power in the world. Chu Li did not expect Fu Kaiwei to be proficient in such a wonderful technique. They were in high spirits, and their moves were exquisite and strangely fast. However, the 10 people seemed to be in low spirits, as if there was an invisible force constantly interfering. They felt uncomfortable, and their bodies were uncomfortable. Their moves did not feel smooth either. Fu Kaiwei's forehead was dripping with a layer of sweat, and it was glowing slightly. Seeing this, Chu Li knew that her wonderful technique was extremely exhausting, and she could not hold on for long. Thinking of this, his Sword of Indifference sped up again. Bam, 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 bam. Amidst the continuous muffled sounds, the light around the 4 elders who were fighting against him flashed, and it became more and more intense. Finally, the purple light of one of the elders dissipated, and white light appeared around his body. The white light was hazy like the moon. Chu Li's god punishing thunder sword fiercely stabbed. A blue light flashed in his eyes, and the elder who was glowing in white flew out. He spat out a mouthful of blood in midair, and then fell limply to the ground, unconscious. Chapter 22:02. Chu Li smiled. Come on. The 9 elders immediately abandoned Fu Kaiwei and the other 3 and pounced at Chu Li. Finger and palm energies flew at the same time. One of the elders crushed a jade pendant, and a stream of light shot at Chu Li. Chu Li's figure suddenly flashed and appeared 10 meters away, avoiding the stream of light and the elder's finger and palm energies. Still try to run. Amidst the cold laughter, Chu Li suddenly felt an invisible force surrounding him. The void seemed to have solidified, and he could no longer move freely. Let's see where you can run to. Amidst the cold laughter, they took out their treasures. Some were jade pendants, some were iron tags, some were small swords, and some were small bottles. They used their treasures one after another. However, these treasures were aimed at Fu Kai Wei and the others. Bang, 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 bang. Fu Kai Wei and the others were about to help Chu Li, but did not expect them to suddenly turn around. They were caught off guard, and the power of these treasures was so shocking that they instantly fell. Fu Kai Wei fell limply to the ground, while Lu Zhongshan and Shao Qi were sent flying. Sun Mingwei took a step back and supported Fu Kai Wei. The palm and finger energies of the 9 elders were shot at Fu Kai Wei. Chu Li's body floated as he used the flying demon technique. Without breaking the void, he achieved the effect of breaking the void with his body movement technique. He almost instantly appeared beside Fu Kai Wei and Sun Mingwei and pulled them 10 meters away from the range of their palm and finger energies. Sun Mingwei punched and sent an elder flying. However, compared to the 9 elders, she could not stop the momentum at all. Only Chu Li kept dodging with the 2 of them. While Chu Li dodged, he also activated the Sword of Indifference. Fu Kai Wei took a deep breath, and her expression returned to normal. She snorted delicately and was very angry. She did not expect to be deceived by these old fellows. She had a peerless cultivation, but was not able to use it. Instead, she was saved by Chu Li. While she valued Chu Li more, she was also dissatisfied with herself. She turned her anger into strength and immediately struck with her palm. Her palm was like a blade, and a strange blade intent swept across the sky. 4 of the 9 elders stepped forward as if they were facing a formidable enemy and crushed the jade pendants in their hands at the same time. Bang, 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 bang. The invisible saber intent sent the 4 elders flying. In the air, their protective treasures were all shattered. Only the white light protecting their bodies was barely able to block the saber intent. A chill ran down Chu Li's spine. The might of this saber strike was truly astonishing. It posed a great threat to him. Not only did it strike at his body, but it also struck at his soul. As he gained a better understanding of Fu Kai Wei, he knew the characteristics of her martial arts. She had both form and spirit, which was no different from his own, but was a level higher. That was because even though he had a strong soul, he did not know how to use it. Fu Kai Wei, on the other hand, had enough martial arts to transform the power of the soul into a powerful force. Chu Li's god-slaying thunder sword shot out 2 more times. Pung pung. The 2 old men flew into the air and fell unconscious. Fu Kai Wei showed a look of approval. While the 4 elders blocked Fu Kai Wei's sword intent, the other 5 elders shot toward Lu Zhongshan and Shao Qi. Shao Qi shot out several Sword of Oblivion to protect herself. She was not anxious. Lu Zhongshan, on the other hand, did not care about his own safety. He would rather be injured than to dodge. He caught an elder and wanted to knock him down. His stance was like a desperate man. Instead, he managed to stop the disadvantageous situation and was able to defend against the 5 of them. Fu Kai Wei slashed again. This time, it was aimed at the other 5 elders. As for the remaining 2 elders, they were knocked unconscious by Chu Li's god-slaying thunder sword, so they were not a concern. Chu Li suddenly turned his head to look, and his face darkened. The void twisted, and the 10 elders in green appeared again. As soon as they appeared, they immediately shot out the Destiny Finger energy, which instantly engulfed Shao Qi and Lu Zhongshan. The 2 of them tried their best to resist, but failed. They were sent flying, and blood spurted out from their mouths. Sun Mingwei each threw a punch, and the 2 of them sped up in the air to avoid the second Destiny Finger energy. After Fu Kai Wei slashed out, the 5 elders quickly crushed their jade pendants to activate their protective energy. Under the saber intent, they did not think of dodging, but to face it head-on. Chu Li took the opportunity to use the god-slaying thunder sword. Seeing that Shao Qi was injured, the power of the god-slaying thunder sword increased greatly. The 3 elders instantly fainted, leaving only 2 elders in the original group. Unfortunately, these 10 elders arrived and surrounded him once again. Chu Li shook his head. Looks like I'll have to risk my life. The spiritual energy from the upper heaven was divided into 3 parts under his control. They were Shaoqi, Sun Mingwei, and Fu Kaiwei. As for Lu Zhongshan, he did not meddle because they were not familiar with each other. It was difficult for him to accept the spiritual energy he gave without caution. Fu Caiwei's saber intent always used all the strength in her body. After Chu Li's spiritual energy entered her body, she recovered in the blink of an eye and slashed again. With the spiritual energy entering her body, Shaoqi's injuries recovered in the blink of an eye. Sun Mingyue's body was overflowing with inner energy. She unleashed Divine Light Fist after Divine Light Fist with shocking power. The 10 elders who surrounded them activated their protective treasures. Hey! The 2 old men suddenly crushed an iron ball. Suddenly, 2 strange forces shot toward Fu Kaiwei. Fu Kaiwei swung her saber to meet them. She only managed to break one of the forces while the other hit her. She was instantly sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. Her face was as white as a sheet. Chu Li's expression changed. The 2 forces were so overbearing that they were only slightly weaker than the silencing light. He estimated that he would be seriously injured if he collided with them. Senior Sister Fu, Lu Zhongshan hurriedly asked, "Are you okay?" Fu Kaiwei staggered after landing and tried her best to stand. "I'm fine. Don't be distracted," Lu Zhongshan roared. "I'm going to fight." A clear light shot out from his body. His body movement technique was so fast that it was hard to see his shadow. He crashed into an elder and sent him flying. Then, he crashed into another elder. The remaining elders did not care about Chu Li and the others. They all attacked Lu Zhongshan with their palms and fists. "Junior brother Lu." Fu Kaiwei frowned. Sun Mingwei explained, "This is our Taihao Peak's secret technique. It burns one's lifespan and can only be used for 15 minutes. Shaoqi sighed. "Senior brother Lu is risking his life." Fu Kaiwei shouted, "Junior brother Lu, stop." Her figure suddenly flashed and appeared next to Lu Zhongshan, and her jade-like palm lightly patted his forehead. Bang! Lu Zhongshan swayed and stopped. The clear light on his body dissipated. He shook his head helplessly. "Senior sister, what are you doing? We can only fight with our lives now." The palm directly interrupted his secret technique. "What's the rush?" Fu Kaiwei scoffed. At that moment, the void around them twisted and 10 elders appeared. These 10 elders wore white robes and looked calm. They took a step forward and split into 2 groups. 4 of them surrounded Fu Kaiwei and Lu Zhongshan, while 6 surrounded Chu Li, Shaoqi, and Sun Mingwei. Chu Li let out a long sigh of relief. The green-robed elders who were about to rush over stopped. Their faces were pale. One of the white-robed elders said, "Brother Zheng, how have you been?" "Xia, I didn't expect you to leave the mountain too." A kind-looking green-robed elder scoffed. He shook his head. Taihao Peak is indeed shameless. Chapter 2203. If that's the case, Taihao Peak is determined to protect the murderer. The round-faced elder in green scoffed. "No matter what we say, it's useless. I was ordered to bring him back. As for other matters, we'll talk about it later," the white-robed elder said. The Peak Master received Fu Caiwei's request for help, so he sent them over to rescue them. He glanced at Zhao Haiyuan's corpse and shook his head. He immediately guessed that Zhao Haiyuan was killed by a Taihao Peak disciple. It did not matter if it was Fu Kaiwei or someone else. He was going to bring them back to Taihao Peak safely. He had not just arrived and had been watching the battle for a while. He saw Fu Caiwei's prowess and Chu Li's help. Without Chu Li, Fu Kaiwei would not have been able to hold on alone. Taihao Peak, how domineering. The round-faced elder in green said coldly, "If that's the case, we'll demand justice from Taihao Peak face to face. Let's clarify the situation first. I'm afraid you don't know what happened, right?" The white-robed elder shook his head and said, "Then we won't send you off. Bury Zhao Haiyuan well, it's a pity," he said with a sympathetic look, shaking his head and sighing. This made the green-robed elders on the opposite side furious and wanted to attack. The white-robed elder turned and looked at Fu Kaiwei. "Kaiwei, are you okay?" "Thank goodness Master's Junior Xia came in time," Fu Caiwei's face was pale, but she smiled and said, "Otherwise, we'll be in trouble." Xia Ding laughed. "With your abilities, it's not a problem to fight against a few old men. Let's go back to the peak," he said as he looked at Chu Li. Chu Li Fist saluted and nodded with a smile. "I'm Chu Li. Young Master Chu, come with us, lest those old men plot against you." Xia Ding smiled. Chu Li nodded. "Thank you." Everyone disappeared. The next moment, Chu Li appeared in an empty field. It was an empty martial arts field with a radius of about a mile. Opposite, it was a majestic basilica, like a giant beast overlooking the martial arts field. Standing on this martial arts field, one would feel as small as an ant. There was only this basilica around the martial arts field, and the other 3 sides were empty. Through the observation of the omniscient mirror, he realized that the martial arts field he was in was floating in the air, just like the floating mountain from before. The basilica and the martial arts field were suspended in the air. Within the observation range of the omniscient mirror, there was nothing at all. It was as if the huge martial arts field and basilica were everything. Chu Li was surprised. Could this basilica and martial arts field be Taihao Peak? Xia Ding and the others had already left. The 5 of them stood in the middle of the training field, not moving an inch. Chu Li looked at Shao Qi. Shao Qi said in a low voice, "This is the suspended temple. It's the place that's in charge of punishments in the peak. Be careful." Chu Li asked, "What happened?" Shao Qi said softly, "Every time we return from the mountain, we have to come here first." Chu Li could feel the strict rules of Taihao Peak. Fu Caiwei, Lu Zhongshan, Shao Qi, Sun Mingyue entered the palace. A melodious voice was heard from afar. The 4 of them slowly walked forward and entered the main hall. Chu Li stayed there alone and looked at the martial arts field. The ground fell hard with a hint of softness, and it was unusually dry. It was not slippery, so it could be used to its maximum extent. The weapons on the weapon racks were all shining brightly. They were not ordinary weapons, which showed how luxurious Taihao Peak was. After a while, Fu Caiwei and the other 3 left the basilica and slowly walked toward Chu Li. Chu Li looked at Shao Qi. Shao Qi shook her head. "Senior sister Fu and senior brother Lu have been punished." Fu Caiwei said, "I want to go to the foreign battlefield." Lu Zhongshan scoffed. "I want to face the wall." Shao Qi said, "Senior sister Fu was supposed to face the wall for 10 years. She'll have to kill 100 great Azuras to offset her punishment with her battle achievements from the foreign battlefield." Chu Li frowned. "That's too dangerous. Great Azuras were not that easy to kill." He had experienced it firsthand. Even if Fu Caiwei had a profound cultivation base and could easily kill 1 or 2 great Azuras, once she killed 2 great Azuras, the rest of the Azuras would find her and kill her in one go. If more than 10 great Azuras or more than 20 or 30 great Azuras surrounded her, she would not be able to defend herself no matter how strong she was. Fu Caiwei said, "I also need to sharpen my skills. It's difficult to unleash my full potential through cultivation alone. I need to sharpen myself between life and death. Moreover, I can't wait for 10 years. Which one of you is young Master Chu Li?" A tall and slender middle-aged man slowly walked over. He crossed 100 meters with each step and arrived in front of Chu Li in a few steps. Chu Li gave a fist salute. "I'm Chu Li," the tall man smiled. "Taihao Peak is indebted to you for helping us in times of danger. I'll give you 3 days in the Sutra Library, young Master Chu." Chu Li was surprised. Shao Qi quickly said, "You can enter the Sutra Library for 3 days. You can browse and cultivate the martial arts in the Sutra Library." Chu Li asked, "Isn't this too expensive?" "The Sutra Library doesn't contain the martial arts of Taihao Peak. They're all martial arts that Taihao Peak has collected from other places," Sun Mingyue said. "Therefore, even though there are mystical techniques in there, their power can't compare to the martial arts of Taihao Peak." Chu Li smiled. "This is generous enough." The tall man smiled. "Let Shao Qi and the others bring you there." Chu Li said, "Thank you, senior. This is what you deserve, young Master Chu. You're welcome." The tall man took out a wooden tag from his inner pocket and handed it to Chu Li. After Chu Li took it, He turned around and strode into the basilica. Chu Li looked at the wooden tag and said with a smile, Tai Hao Peak is really generous. The sutra library is useless to you. Fu Kaiwei shook her head. You can't change to another heart technique. Chu Li said, I can use other resources to improve myself. It'll be of great help to my martial arts comprehension. That's true. Fu Kaiwei nodded. Let's go. I'll personally bring you there. Chu Li nodded and did not refuse. There must be a reason why Fu Kaiwei wanted to bring him there. Lu Zhongshan gave a fist salute to thank Chu Li and left first. He needed to face the wall immediately and could not afford a delay. Chu Li, accompanied by Xiao Qi and Sun Mingwei, followed Fu Kaiwei out of the martial arts field. Fu Kaiwei looked up at the sky while changing the direction she was walking in. Finally, when they reached the edge of the empty martial arts field, she suddenly took a step forward and stepped into the void. Chu Li raised his eyebrows. Fu Kaiwei stepped on the void as if she was walking on flat ground. It did not seem like she was using light body technique. Chu Li quickly followed and realized that the soles of his feet were hard to touch. It was obvious that he was stepping on something tangible. The omniscient mirror focused and found that he was in another martial arts field. He took a few steps forward and saw a towering pavilion in front of him. It seemed to be made of silver as it emitted a silver glow between heaven and earth. This is the Sutra Library. Fu Kaiwei pointed at the pavilion that was 100 meters tall. There are a total of 5 floors inside. You can enter any floor you want. However, the lower 3 floors are filled with basic martial arts. There's nothing special. You can go to the upper 3 floors. Chu Li smiled. I'm going to start from the beginning. There are tens of thousands of books. You won't be able to finish reading them. Fu Kaiwei shook her head. Chapter 2204. Fu Kaiwei glanced at Chu Li and immediately understood what he was thinking. She smiled. There are many rare and strange studies here. I'm sure you'll be interested. Let's go. She quickened her pace and soon arrived at the Silver Tower. The people who passed by looked at Fu Kaiwei and bowed to her. Fu Kaiwei waved her hand and gestured for them to go about their business and not disturb others. Chu Li took out the wooden tag and handed it to Fu Kaiwei. Fu Kaiwei took it and led the 3 into the Sutra Library. Once they entered, they saw a spacious hall. There was a long table in the hall, and a gentle and beautiful young lady was sitting behind it. She was quietly reading a book. People came in from time to time and put their waist tags on the shelf next to them before heading inside. Some came out and took out their waist tags before leaving the Sutra Library. Fu Kaiwei and the others approached them. The beautiful young lady looked up and smiled. Senior Sister Fu. Fu Kaiwei smiled and pointed at Chu Li. She handed her wooden tag. Tai Hao Peak's distinguished guest. The beautiful young lady looked at Chu Li and nodded. Welcome to Tai Hao Peak. Chu Li smiled. Thank you. The beautiful young lady smiled. You can come here 3 times and stay for a day each time. Chu Li nodded. Xiao Qi and Sun Mingwei handed over their waist tags and followed Chu Li into the Sutra Library. They then left to choose the secret books they wanted to read. Fu Kaiwei smiled. Chu Li, feel free to read. Chu Li asked, Can I read the top floor too? Of course, Fu Kaiwei answered. There's no restriction in the Sutra Library. That's good. Chu Li nodded. Fu Kaiwei left softly. Chu Li started to read from the first floor alone. He first looked at the list of books, then gave up on some and took out some to read. He flipped through the books so quickly that others would think that he was just flipping through the books quickly. They would not be able to read the contents at all. Chu Li used the omniscient mirror to observe the books quickly. No matter how fast he flipped through the books, he could see them clearly in a flash and imprint them in his mind. However, there were all kinds of books in the Sutra Depository. Not only were there books on martial arts, but there were also all kinds of other books, such as planting flowers and raising trees, cultivating spiritual herbs, and even guidance on how to find exotic flowers and fruits, as well as how to increase the chances of encountering fortuitous encounters. As Chu Li flipped through the books, he could not help but feel amused. The secret manuals here were truly strange. They were inclusive and unique. Moreover, as he flipped through the pages quickly, he used the omniscient mirror to observe his surroundings. he noticed that the crowd was very tolerant of him. Even if he seemed to be fooling around and was not reading properly, the Tai Hao Peak disciples around him did not glare at him angrily. Instead, they treated him as normal. Chu Li shook his head. It seemed like the disciples of Tai Hao Peak were different from others, so he was not surprised at all. Xiao Qi and Sun Mingwei occasionally glanced at him, but did not disturb him. While Chu Li was flipping through the book, he actually had an objective in mind, which was to combine the 9 swords into one. He wanted to know how to truly combine the 9 swords into one. The 9 swords, as one, was a sword formation to begin with. It required 9 people to join forces and could not be used by one person. If he wanted to break this rule, he would have to pay a huge price. Until now, he had not found a way to do so. There were so many books in the sutra library, so he should be able to find a way. His hope was greatly boosted, so he flipped through the books even faster and more motivated. Unknowingly, he had flipped through the books for a day. Even when the sun had set and the sutra library had become dark, he was still flipping through the books. Fu Kaiwei walked to his side and smiled. Chu Li, you've read quite a lot, haven't you? Without looking up, Chu Li continued to flip through the books. He was racing against time. It's all right. It seems like I won't be able to finish reading in 3 days. That's right, Fu Kaiwei said. Even with your current speed, you won't be able to finish reading in 3 days. That's why you have to be selective. Read through all the books first, then choose which ones to read. You won't be able to finish reading all of them in one go. Chu Li quickly flipped through the books as he spoke. Multitasking did not delay him from imprinting the contents in his mind. Is there any way to prolong the time? I want to stay for a few more days until I'm able to finish reading. Well, Fu Kaiwei pondered for a moment before she nodded. I'll think of a way. Chu Li looked up at her. Is there really a way? Fu Kaiwei smiled sweetly. There's always a way. Thank you very much. Chu Li gave a fist salute before he put the book back and took another one. Ding! A clear ring echoed throughout the sutra library. Fu Kaiwei sighed. Time's up. It's time to go. Wait a moment, Chu Li said. As he spoke, he flipped through the book again. By the time Xiao Qi and Sun Mingwei came over, he had already finished reading the book. Fu Kaiwei praised. Your book-swallowing technique is indeed unique. Chu Li seemed to have swallowed the book in one gulp. It was too fast. Chu Li said, I was forced to do so. If I were a disciple of Tai Hao Peak, I could have slowly read through the pages one by one. Yes, Fu Kaiwei nodded. Xiao Qi and Sun Mingwei only waited at the side without urging him. Chu Li put the book back and took another one. He quickly finished reading it, but there was almost no one around. Chu Li then stood up and followed the 3 women out of the sutra library. Then, under Xiao Qi's lead, they arrived at a small courtyard. It was a guest residence, and Xiao Qi stayed with him. Since they were husband and wife, there was no need to avoid suspicion. Chu Li hugged Xiao Qi as they lay on the bed. After the first break, Xiao Qi became more beautiful and refined, as if she did not belong to this world. Do you know about second eldest sister? Chu Li hugged her soft body and sighed. Suan has ascended and passed the throne to second eldest sister. Second eldest sister has become the empress. Huh? Xiao Qi looked up at him in shock. The quilt slid down, revealing her fair shoulders. She was shocked. The empress? Chu Li nodded and smiled. She's the Ji dynasty's empress now. That's impossible, right? Xiao Qi frowned. How can the Ji dynasty recognize a woman as the empress? She understood the Ji dynasty's customs. Men were superior to women. No matter how strong a woman was, it was impossible for her to be the empress. This had never happened before. Chu Li said, she's already the empress. They can't rebel, right? It's very likely. Xiao Qi sighed. She frowned and looked slightly worried. She sighed. If they rebel, it'll be a disaster for the people. I don't know how many innocent people will die. Chu Li patted her shoulder and caressed it. You're taking it too seriously. It's impossible for them to rebel. Xiao Qi looked at him. Chu Li said, don't forget second eldest sister's identity. She's the daughter of the High Duke's public house. Xiao Qi was stunned. She nodded thoughtfully as she understood what Chu Li meant. The 12 High Duke's public houses were the pillars of the country. As long as the 12 High Dukes' public houses were stable, the country's fate would be smooth. If one could win the support of the 12 High Dukes' public houses, they would not be able to stir up trouble, and the throne would be as stable as a rock. Chuli said, "Moreover, she has another identity. She's the Empress Dowager. Sigh. I hope second eldest sister can sit on the throne." Xiao Qi sighed. "But this suits second eldest sister's taste." Chuli smiled and nodded. Chapter 22:05. The next day, after both of them woke up, Chuli went to the Sutra library alone. He was already used to it and did not need anyone to accompany him. The beautiful young lady who was sitting in the main hall of the Sutra library smiled and nodded at him in a friendly manner. Chuli smiled and passed the wooden tag to her. The beautiful young lady smiled and said, "Thank you for saving my big brother." Chuli was startled and immediately knew that she was talking about Lu Zhongshan. He smiled and shook his head. "It's nothing. My big brother is reckless and always causes trouble. He almost lost his life this time." The beautiful young lady sighed. "If it wasn't for you and senior sister Fu's help, I'm afraid he would have died in the hands of the heaven-shaking pavilion." Chuli said, "Brother Lu is a straightforward person and doesn't care about trifles. I like him a lot." He was not lying. Although Lu Zhongshan was immature, he was clear in his actions and was indeed a good person to be friends with. However, they had only known each other for a short time, and it felt like they were not from the same generation, so it was difficult for them to feel like old friends at first sight. The beautiful young lady sighed. "Fortunately, my big brother was punished. At least his temper has been tempered." Chuli smiled, but did not say anything. The beautiful young lady continued, "What kind of secret manual are you looking for, young Master Chu? What problem do you want to solve?" Chuli immediately understood what she meant. He pondered for a while and did not hide anything. He told her about the problem he encountered. He did not talk about the treasure sword, but only said that he wanted a sword array that could hold 9 people at once. Holding 9 people at once. The beautiful young lady pondered for a while and said, "It's almost impossible, but there's always a glimmer of hope. There's a flying star technique at the top level. You could try it." Chuli instantly smiled. The beautiful lady hurriedly said, "Young Master Chu, I'll say this first. This flying star incantation is incomplete. No one dares to practice it. They only use it to study it and enrich their own ideas. As for practicing it, it's very rare because it's a completely different cultivation system, and it has a very high requirement for talent. There have been seniors who try to practice it, but none of them were able to achieve anything. The star power they cultivated was about the same as inner energy, and most a little purer and a little colder than inner energy. Compared to the difficulty of practicing it, this is nothing." Chuli nodded as if he understood something. The beautiful girl hurriedly said, "Moreover, it's only a fragment. It only has the first 3 layers of the mental cultivation method, and there's no mental cultivation method at all in the later parts. It's already extinct. It seems to have been the ultimate art of the Flying Star sect, but the Flying Star sect has long been destroyed." Chuli smiled. "Thank you, Miss Lu. I'll take a look first." The beautiful girl, Lu Xiuyan, smiled sweetly and said, "Young Master Chu, just take a look and learn from it." Chuli Fist saluted and walked inside. Soon, he reached the 3rd floor and found the Flying Star technique. The bookshelves on the 3rd floor were obviously less than half of those on the 1st floor. The martial arts on the 3rd floor were all incomplete and strange. Many of them were lost martial arts, but unfortunately, none of them were complete. Therefore, he could not casually cultivate it. Once he succeeded in cultivating this incomplete technique, there would be no end of trouble. The Flying Star technique was only a thin booklet. Chuli quickly flipped through it and put it back. Then, he closed his eyes and began to deduce it in his mind. He sat cross-legged in the void of his mind. Strange energy flowed down from the top of his head and circulated along one of the acupuncture points in his body. Slowly, the energy increased, and this acupuncture point gradually underwent a strange change. In the end, it turned into a sea of energy that was no different from his dantian. Although it was not as vast as his dantian, compared to his dantian, it was like a pond to a lake. However, Chu Li's spirit was lifted and he smiled. He suppressed his joy and continued to flip through the remaining incomplete techniques. First, he swept through the secret manuals on the third floor. However, although these secret manuals were incomplete, they were all profound and could be comprehended in a short period of time. Each of them required him to spend a lot of effort to comprehend, but their power was far from what he had imagined. After all of the martial arts that he had were rare studies, and their levels were extremely high. Although these incomplete martial arts were profound, their levels were still low and could not compare to his martial arts. Therefore, they were of little value. By the time he finished reading the third floor, the next day had already ended. As soon as he left the sutra library, he kept deducing the flying star technique in his mind. Xiaoqi came over to stay with Chu Li. Xiaoqi asked Chu Li to think of a way to go back and see Xiao Shi. If she really could not take it anymore, he still had to help her stabilize her. Xiaoqi also wanted Xiao Shi to ascend to the Grandmaster's boundary and reunite with her sisters. They would be happy, but the E-Public House had lost its pillar, so it was inevitable that there would be instability. Therefore, they could not act willfully and recklessly. They still needed second eldest sister to persevere for a few more years. Chu Li agreed without hesitation. On the third day, he began to flip through the second floor of the sutra library. By the time he finished reading half of it, it was already nighttime. His time had been used up, and he could not enter the sutra library the next day. He felt that it was a pity, but he did not act recklessly. If he did not have any greedy thoughts, he would have to be tired of living to break into the library. He could faintly feel that there was a strong force hidden around the sutra library. If anyone wanted to break into the sutra library, these forces would definitely attack, and he was not confident that he could escape unscathed. After experiencing the silencing light, he dared not look down on the heaven-shaking tower anymore. He also dared not look down on the Taihao Peak. They definitely had the power to kill him. When he returned to the guest house, Fu Kaiwei was already waiting there. Seeing that he was in high spirits, Fu Kaiwei smiled. "How was the harvest?" Chu Li nodded. "Thanks to Miss Lu's guidance, I saw the flying star technique and finally found some clues." "Junior sister Lu." Fu Kaiwei nodded. "She's also a genius with an eidetic memory. She has read almost all the secret manuals in the sutra library. Unfortunately, her obsession with reading has delayed her cultivation and she can't leave the mountain." Chu Li smiled. "That's not a big deal. I think it suits her. She is indifferent and has Buddhist roots." "That's right." Fu Kaiwei nodded. "That's why she can be in charge of the sutra library. If it were someone else with ambition, who knows what would happen. It's fate that you received junior sister Lu's guidance." Chu Li nodded. "Miss Fu, when are you going to the foreign battlefield?" 3 days later. Fu Kaiwei said, "You could go to the sutra library for another day." Chu Li was surprised. Fu Kaiwei smiled. "I used some credit to exchange for it. Unfortunately, I can only exchange for 1 day. I'll have more time to save the Taihao Peak disciples next time." Chu Li smiled. "That's only if the Taihao Peak disciples agree to save them." "That's true." Fu Kaiwei smiled. The Taihao Peak disciples usually saved others. It was rare for them to be saved by others. It was the same even if Xiaoqi and Sun Mingyue were his women. "Oh right, if you cultivate the flying star technique, you must be careful. It's extremely dangerous to guide the star energy into your body," Fu Kaiwei said. "It's better to borrow a protective jade pendant from junior sister Xiao or junior sister Sunday." Chu Li smiled and thanked her. Fu Kaiwei waved her hand and left. Before she left, Chu Li gave her a jade pendant. He could go there by crushing it. If she had something that she could not let the Taihao Peak disciples know, she could call him over. Fu Kaiwei happily accepted it and then left. Chapter 22:06. The moonlight was like water, and the stars were dim. Chu Li sat on a cattail hassock in the courtyard and remained motionless while his hands formed a seal. He observed a star chart in his mind. This was somewhat similar to the heavenly star chart he had seen in the stargazing pavilion, but it was even more complicated. Just this visualization diagram could eliminate most of the cultivators. It was too difficult. Without a powerful soul force, it was impossible to visualize it. Chu suddenly understood why the Flying Star sect was destroyed. It was because it was too difficult, so it was hard to find a disciple. Even in a generation, there was not a single person who could enter the sect. How could such a miraculous technique not be destroyed? Taihao Peak was indeed the Taihao Peak. It was amazing that a disciple could enter the sect. He observed the star chart and remained motionless. His mind was as calm as still water. As time passed, he remained motionless like a piece of dead wood, isolated from heaven and earth. He was completely silent in a corner. The moonlight was like water, and the stars were dim. He sat from night to day. When Xiaoqi woke up, she saw that he was still sitting motionless. She did not disturb him, but stood quietly at the side to protect him so that no one would disturb him. From day to night, the moonlight was still like water, and the stars were still dim. Chu sat on the cattail hassock in the courtyard. His body slowly became blurred, as if he had become one with the moonlight. Xiaoqi kept her eyes open and watched Chu, feeling the subtle changes in his aura. She suddenly disappeared and returned after a while with a small jade pendant in her hand. The jade pendant was about half the size of her palm, perfectly round and flawless. It exuded a gentle luster under the moonlight. She gently placed the jade pendant in front of his chest without disturbing him. He was now completely integrated with the moonlight, and it was difficult to tell them apart. His body was faint, as if it had become a shadow that would disappear at any time. The star chart in Chu's mind suddenly lit up. It was as if a star was lit up and suddenly released a ray of light that fell on the top of his head and his mind. Xiaoqi suddenly felt something and looked up at the sky. A night star suddenly burst with an extremely bright light that seemed to overshadow the moonlight. Then, the light faded and was hidden under the moonlight again. However, it was much brighter than the other stars around it. Xiaoqi recalled the description of the flying star technique and immediately understood that someone had awakened the stars. She turned to look at Chu. A bright light fell from the sky and landed on Chu's head. Woo! A strange sound rang beside her ear. She quickly turned her head to look, but there was nothing there. She hurriedly condensed the sword of indifference and cut away the dizziness in her mind, regaining clarity. Chu's hands changed the mudra, and a steady stream of bright light fell from the sky, as if stars were falling into his by Hui Temple. His body became brighter and brighter, gradually becoming more transparent, as if he had turned into white jade. Under the moonlight, his face looked like it was carved out of white jade, without a trace of flesh and blood. It was unreachable. She was suddenly afraid that Chu would really become an emotionless object. Suddenly, Chu took a deep breath, and the faint sound of wind and thunder could be heard from his body. Then, the bright light falling from the sky became more rapid, like a torrential downpour. His Baihui seemed to have become a bottomless abyss. No matter how fast Mingguang was, it was silently devoured. His originally transparent body was restored to its original state. It was full of vitality and looked incomparably real. Xiaoqi breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that he had passed a hurdle. Woo! Chu opened his mouth and let out a long howl. Amidst the howl, the bright light stopped falling from the sky, and the strange phenomenon stopped abruptly. It suddenly disappeared as if it had never appeared. Chu slowly opened his eyes, and a white light flashed as he looked at Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi sighed. Are you all right? Chu smiled. I've never been better. Once again, he opened up a sea of energy in his body. It contained pure and cold star power, but it was a pity that it was incomparable to the spiritual energy of the upper level. He knew that this was because the level of the flying star technique was too low, but the flying star technique only had 3 levels, and he might not be able to catch up after the 3rd level. Therefore, there was no need to continue cultivating the flying star technique, as long as he could open up a new sea of energy. In the past, he had also cultivated other martial arts and opened up a new place to store energy, but it was different compared to the flying star technique. The sea of energy opened up by the flying star technique was no different from the Dantian. It could directly be used as a source of power to directly stimulate the flow of inner energy, unlike other places to store energy, which could only store energy but not circulate it. Xiao Qi smiled. You've cultivated it? Chu Li nodded. Xiao Qi asked, did it really work? It worked. Chu Li laughed. The path of combining the 9 swords into one is promising. That's good. Xiao Qi looked at him and said, it was dangerous just now, wasn't it? I heard from Senior Sister Fu that cultivating the flying star technique is very dangerous. It's dangerous to others, but it's nothing to me. Chu Li smiled. He had the Mahavairocana's immobility scripture, which could suppress all unusual phenomena and protect his mind. Therefore, when the star power entered his body, the unusual phenomenon did not take away his mind, and he could successfully cross the threshold. Without the Mahavairocana's immobility scripture, Xiao Qi's protective jade pendant and the other protective jade pendant that he borrowed worked. These protective jade pendants were treasures, so the advantage of a big sect was reflected. Without such treasures, even if an ordinary person had a fortuitous encounter and obtained the flying star technique, once he cultivated it, his soul would most likely be destroyed and he would die immediately. Chu Li could not help but shake his head. No wonder the flying star technique was lost. It was difficult and dangerous to cross the threshold. Xiao Qi went forward and snuggled into his arms. Chu Li hugged her tightly and felt her trembling body. He knew that she was extremely worried and felt guilty. Even if you can combine the 9 swords into one, you're not invincible. Xiao Qi said softly, I've heard about Song Wuji's power. He's the embodiment of thunder energy. I know you're least afraid of thunder energy, but you must be careful when you encounter him. Chu Li hugged her and nodded. For the next few days, Chu Li stayed at Great Dawn Peak. Great Dawn Peak had a rich spiritual energy and seemed to be closer to the sky, so it was easier to cultivate the flying star technique. He left Great Dawn Peak once and returned to Drizzle City. After cultivating the flying star technique, he immediately understood the wonders of Great Dawn Peak. He immediately returned to the Great Dawn Peak. Cultivating the flying star incantation on the Great Dawn Peak was several times faster than when he was in Drizzle City, and it was also several times more effortless. He suddenly realized that this Great Dawn Peak itself might be formed from a treasure. Without Xiao Qi's guidance, even if Chu Li had been to Great Hao Peak before, he would not have been able to re-enter Great Hao Peak. The omniscient mirror would not have been able to detect its location either. Only the waist tag of Great Hao Peak could sense it. He cleared 5 acupuncture points in one go and formed an energy sea. After the 5 energy seas were condensed, he tried to cultivate 5 sword techniques. He condensed the sword energy from each sword technique into his energy sea without interfering with each other. Then, when he performed them, they did not need to go through the meridians. Instead, they shot directly from the energy sea into the swords, allowing him to control the 5 swords. This was also the wonder of the flying star technique. After reaching the 2nd level, the star energy did not need to go through the meridians and could directly enter the energy sea. It could also fly out of the energy sea and get rid of the body's restraint. If it was not for the fact that the flying star technique was incomplete, he really wanted to cultivate it further to see how powerful it was. However, after the 5 energy seas were condensed, he encountered difficulties as he could not open the 6th acupuncture point. Chapter 2207. Chu Li had cultivated the flying star technique for several days, but had no choice but to give up. He had found the reason. The flying star technique only had the first 3 levels and could only open 5 acupoints at most to condense 5 energy seas. If he wanted to condense more energy seas, he had to advance to the next level. Unfortunately, there was no more. It was as if he was halfway up a mountain and could already see the peak. He was full of motivation to continue climbing and enjoy the scenery of the peak in one go. But he suddenly realized that the path had disappeared. He could only look but not walk over. In the early morning, invisible rays of light fell on top of his head. It was not visible from the outside, but the star power was absorbed into his 5 energy seas. It was pure and cold. His body seemed to have merged with this star, and his soul seemed to have flown up, looking down at the earth like a star. However, this strange feeling disappeared in a flash. Mahavairokkana's immobility scripture circulated and quickly suppressed it so that it would not disturb his mind. Knock, knock. There was a soft knock on the door. Chuli took a step forward and opened the door. A young man in purple stood outside the door. His handsome face was unruly and his eyes were impudent. Chuli was good at reading people. He could tell at a glance that this person was a playboy who did not care about the rules of the world. He did not care about etiquette and did whatever he wanted. If such a person appeared in Taihao Peak, it meant trouble. He smiled and quietly sized up the young man in purple. The young man in purple also impudently sized him up and down, left and right, looking carefully. "I'm Zhou Shuangguang." The young man in purple gave a fist salute and smiled. "I heard that Taihao Peak has a distinguished guest, so I came to visit. Nice to meet you." "Nice to meet you." Chuli nodded and smiled. "Nice to meet you. Please come in." Zhou Shuangguang walked into the courtyard with his hands behind his back and laughed. "Senior Sister Fu praised you very much. She said that you're far more talented than any disciple in Taihao Peak." Chuli laughed. "Didn't Miss Fu put me on a pedestal? Senior Sister Fu never lies." Zhou Shuangguang's face suddenly darkened. Senior Sister Fu was the youth champion. She was proud and would not lie. Chuli smiled. "You won't lie?" As he saw, Fu Kaiwei didn't even blink when she lied, and she didn't hesitate to catch him off guard. Her ability to deceive people was very brilliant. Zhou Shuangguang snorted. "Senior Sister Fu thinks so highly of you, but you don't appreciate it?" He was extremely dissatisfied with Chuli. From Chuli's expression, it could be seen that he did not have much respect for Senior Sister Fu. Instead, there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. This was something that Chuli could not tolerate. His face darkened. When Chuli saw his expression, he knew that Fu Kaiwei was his sore spot. Chuli shook his head to himself. Fu Kaiwei was beautiful and intelligent. Her every move and smile was incredibly charming. If he did not have Xiao Qi and Sun Mingwei, he might have fallen for her too. Zhou Shuangguang glared at him and scoffed. "Since Senior Sister Fu admires your martial arts, then I'd like to experience it for myself." Without waiting for Chuli's reply, he struck out with his palm. Chuli's chest was already imprinted with his palm. Bam! Chuli took a step back and scathed. There was a sea of energy on his chest. Pure star power gushed out like it was solid. Zhou Shuangguang frowned at him and scoffed. Senior Sister Fu really didn't lie. His seemingly light palm strike was similar to a sneak attack, but it was the culmination of his palm technique. This palm strike was similar to the heaven-shaking tower's divine prophecy finger. It would not trigger the opponent's senses and was difficult to predict in advance. Moreover, it directly broke through the void without any space obstruction. It was impossible to avoid this palm strike. The only way to break it was to use the protective divine power to block it. However, his palm energy was extremely pure, so the protective divine power would not be able to block it. Unexpectedly, when it was about to hit, a force suddenly collided with it. It was as if a rock had hit the center of his palm. The palm energy stopped for a moment. Then Chuli glided away and neutralized the fatal palm strike. "Great palm technique." Chuli chuckled. "What palm technique is this?" Zhou Shuangguang replied. "Enemy destruction palm." Chuli nodded. The name was so ordinary that one would not expect it to be so powerful. "You're the first to avoid the enemy destruction palm." Again, Zhou Shuangguang scoffed and attacked with his palm, instantly reaching Chuli. Chuli did not move with his hands behind his back, but the sword of oblivion was already stabbing forward. Bam, 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 bam. The sword energy of the sword of oblivion was extremely pure. It was formed from the spiritual energy of the heavenly layer. The sword of oblivion was an antique study from the upper heaven. Combined with the spiritual energy of the upper heaven, it was no different from performing the sword of oblivion from the upper heaven. Naturally, it was extremely powerful. Zhou Shuangguang kept waving his palms and switched from offense to defense. He was suppressed by the storm-like sword energy and could not breathe. Chu Li suddenly withdrew his sword. Zhou Shuangwang quickly took a step back and let out a long sigh of relief. He glared at Chu Li. Chu Li smiled with his hands behind his back. Brother Zhou, let's stop here. Good, it's indeed powerful. Zhou Shuangwang's eyes flickered for a moment before he slowly nodded. He was thinking about his various antique studies and tried to fight against the sword of oblivion in his mind. In the end, he was defeated. He could not defeat Chu Li. This made him frustrated and resentful, but he was also slightly unconvinced. Chu Li said, Brother Zhou, your palm technique is really powerful. If it wasn't for my lack of skill, you wouldn't have been able to win. Zhou Shuangguang scoffed. The enemy destruction palm was powerful, but his skill was not pure enough, so he could not unleash its full power. Chu Li nodded. The enemy destruction palm was exquisite, but unfortunately, Zhou Shuangguang's cultivation level was not high enough. Goodbye. Zhou Shuangguang fist saluted and turned to leave. Chu Li sent him to the door with a smile. Another young man in blue stood outside. He was tall and rough like a lion. When he saw Zhou Shuangguang, he was stunned. Zhou Shuangguang saw him and shook his head. Junior brother Liu, don't ask for trouble. You're no match for him. Chu Li looked at the rough young man and smiled. Are you here to learn from me too? Senior sister Fu said that we're no match for you. The rough young man scoffed. I'm here to learn from you. Zhou Shuangguang said, Senior sister Fu is right. We're no match for him. Let's not embarrass ourselves. Let's go. Senior brother Zhou. The rough young man was unwilling to give up. I've lost to him. Zhou Shuangguang shook his head. I can't fight back at all. You won't stand a chance either. If you can defeat me, then you can challenge him. He turned and left, dragging the rough young man with him. The rough young man looked back at Chu Li reluctantly, but he had no choice but to leave. Through the omniscient mirror, Chu Li noticed that Zhou Shuangguang had stopped nearby. Then, Zhou Shuangguang stopped one Taihao Peak disciple after another and did not allow them to spar with him. This was to prevent them from embarrassing Taihao Peak and causing Chu Li to look down on them. Chu Li thought that Zhou Shuangguang was quite interesting. After a while, Xiaoqi arrived. Her white robe fluttered in the wind like a fairy. After she entered, she asked with a smile, Did you meet the senior brothers who came to learn from you? Chu Li smiled and told her about Zhou Shuangguang. Xiaoqi shook her head. Senior sister Fu did it on purpose. She used you to provoke the others so that they won't be arrogant and think that Taihao Peak is the best in the world. Chapter 2208. Senior sister Fu has gone to the foreign battlefields. Xiaoqi sighed. Junior sister Sun has gone too. Chu Li was stunned. Sun Mingwei didn't even say anything to him before leaving. It seemed like she was angry. He sighed to himself. There was nothing he could do. Xiaoqi glanced at him. I'm going to the foreign battlefields too. Chu Li frowned. What's going on? I heard the situation there isn't good, Xiaoqi said. The number of great Azuras has increased, and many disciples from the 9 divisions have died. But it's not up to you and Mingwei to go, right? Chu Li asked. They were disciples who had joined the peak for less than a year and had yet to cultivate advanced antique studies. How could they suddenly enter the foreign battlefields? It was too cruel. It would damage the future of Taihao Peak. Was the situation in the foreign battlefields already so serious? Xiaoqi said, Junior sister Sun and I are different from the others. Although we're new disciples, our cultivation levels aren't weak, so we can't just stand by and watch. Chu Li nodded. Xiaoqi said, Although it's dangerous to enter the foreign battlefields, there's also a benefit. You can obtain battle merits and some treasures that you can't usually get, such as protective jade pendants. Chu Li frowned. All right, be careful. Xiaoqi smiled and nodded. Chu Li thought for a while, then took out a pearl from his pocket and handed it to her. Xiaoqi took it and asked, What's this? Space-breaking pearl. Chu Li said, We can't use void diversion in the foreign battlefields, but with this void-breaching pearl, we can use void diversion. Xiaoqi knew it was useless to refuse, so she kept it. What about you? My light body technique is enough, Chu Li said. Xiaoqi knew he was talking about the flying divine demon technique, so she nodded. It was not appropriate to mention it here. Try not to go to the foreign battlefields. It's too chaotic there. I'm going to look for the Flying Star sect, Chu Li said. See if I can find them. Then look for senior sister Lu, Xiao Qi said. Chu Li arrived at the Sutra library and entered the basilica. Lu Xiuyan was still sitting behind the lonely long table, reading a book in her hand. When she felt Chu Li standing in front of her, she raised her head and smiled sweetly. Big brother Chu, you're famous now. Chu Li could not help but laugh. It's Miss Fu's good intentions that stimulated the disciples of Taihao Peak to cultivate diligently. Miss Lu, I'd like to look for the heart technique after the Flying Star incantation. Is there any hope? The Flying Star sect has already been destroyed, Lu Xiuyan muttered, and it has been over 1,000 years. I'm afraid that there are no descendants left in this world. How'd they go extinct? Who destroyed the Flying Star sect? Chu Li asked. Lu Xiuyan said, in fact, it was natural for them to perish. There was no successor, and none of their disciples could inherit the Flying Star incantation. Chu Li was puzzled. Lu Xiuyan looked her left and right. Seeing that no disciples were paying attention, she said in a low voice, actually, this has a lot to do with our great sky peak and heaven-shaking pavilion. Chu Li was deep in thought. These two sects snatched their disciples? That's right. Lu Xiuyan showed a look of approval. Chu Li had already thought of this problem when he was cultivating the Flying Star incantation. The Flying Star incantation had a very high requirement for aptitude. It was rare to become a disciple of the Flying Star sect. Disciples with such high aptitude would first join Taihao Peak, Heaven-Shaking Pavilion, and the other 9 divisions. Only the rest would be interested in the Flying Star sect. Disciples with high aptitude were also treasures that sects fought over. How could Taihao Peak and Heaven-Shaking Pavilion allow the Flying Star sect to snatch their disciples? In this case, the Flying Star sect would naturally be doomed. There's no news about the Flying Star sect at all? Chu Li frowned. They should be able to leave behind an inheritance, right? They should have, but unfortunately, a natural disaster struck. Lu Xiuyan shook her head. The entire Flying Star sect sank underground, along with their inheritance. No one can find them. Is it the Heaven-Shaking Pavilion? Chu Li asked. Lu Xiuyan shook her head. They can't predict it either. The Flying Star sect is doomed. Chu Li asked, do you know where the Flying Star sect is located? Wait a moment. I'll get you a map, Lu Xiuyan said. She stood up and walked into the Sutra library. Soon, she arrived in front of a bookshelf and took out a thick book. She opened it and flipped through it. Then, she brought it to the long table and pointed at a page. This is where the Flying Star sect is located. Chu Li first took a look at the thick book. The title of the book was 10 Great Sect Annihilation Mysteries of the Grandmaster Realm. Lu Xiuyan said, the author's knowledge is unique and refreshing. Otherwise, she wouldn't have placed it here. Chu Li nodded. Can I flip through it? He did not flip through the book at that time because he felt that it was not very useful. Now, it seemed that he had to read it carefully. Sure. Lu Xiuyan nodded. Chu Li opened the thick book from the beginning and quickly flipped through it. In a short while, he had finished flipping through the book. Then, he closed his eyes and found the picture in his mind. Based on the analysis of the author of this book, the Flying Star sect annihilation was a heavenly punishment. It was done by the upper heaven. Otherwise, it would not have been completely annihilated without any warning. Even the Heaven-Shaking Pavilion could not detect it. Otherwise, according to the Heaven-Shaking Pavilion's usual practice, they would have given a warning in advance. He returned the book to Lu Xiuyan, thanked her, and did not enter again. Seeing that Chu Li was about to leave, Lu Xiuyan hurriedly said, Big brother Chu. Chu Li looked at her. Lu Xiuyan said, you have to be careful of senior brother Huang. Chu Li raised his eyebrows. Lu Xiuyan lowered her voice and said, senior brother Huang is the second master in our peak. He's only slightly inferior to senior sister Fu. Senior sister Fu praises you so much. Senior brother Huang must be unhappy and will definitely look for you. Chu Li smiled and nodded. Seeing that he was not bothered, Lu Xiuyan quickly said, Big brother Chu, you have to know that senior brother Huang has always liked senior sister Fu. If you were a woman, he wouldn't be too bothered. However, you're a man, and you're from the same generation as us. Chu Li said, I have Shao Qi and Mingyu. Why would I have any improper thoughts? Since you have junior sister Shao and junior sister Sun, why can't you have one more? Lu Xiuyan smiled. Chu Li slowly nodded. All right, I'll leave Taihao Peak today to visit the Flying Star sect. Lu Xiuyan smiled. That's for the best. Senior brother Huang is still in isolated cultivation. Seeing that Chu Li was so tactful, she admired him. With his level of cultivation and being a distinguished guest of Taihao Peak, he was not afraid of offending senior brother Huang. Instead, he took the initiative to avoid him. It was truly rare. Although the young disciples she met were highly skilled in martial arts, they were all young and full of vigor. Chu Li, on the other hand, was able to suppress his emotions. He was far more mature and steady than his peers, which was very reassuring. Chu Li bid farewell and returned to his courtyard. Just as he was about to pack his things and leave, he opened the door. A young man in a yellow shirt was already standing outside. His face was like jade, his eyes were like stars, and his eyebrows were brimming with confidence and determination. His gaze was solemn as he fist saluted. I'm Huang Yu. Are you Chu Li? Chu Li nodded. That's me. Young Master Chu, are you going to the foreign battlefield? Huang Yu asked. Chapter 2209. Chu Li saw that he came with ill intentions, so he stopped being polite. Huang Yu scoffed. You're close to junior sister Fu, right? Chu Li nodded. I've worked with Miss Fu before, so I guess we're close. If you're looking for Miss Fu, you'll have to go to the battlefield outside the boundaries. She's already there. Why was she punished to go to the battlefield outside the boundaries? Huang Yu spoke coldly, and his gaze abruptly became cold. She went to the Outer Rim battlefield, yet you're here as a guest. You're truly carefree. Chu Li asked, so, young Master Huang? I don't mean anything. Huang Yu sneered. I heard that junior sister Fu admires your martial arts, so I'm here to learn from you. Chu Li waved his hand. Miss Fu was just joking. Junior sister Fu never jokes about such things. Huang Yu said, Why, do you think it's beneath you to spar with me? Chu Li laughed. If that's the case, I'll keep you company. Please. Huang Yu slowly unsheathed his sword and said, I'm cultivating the sword. Be careful. The sword has no eyes. Chu Li gestured for him to make his move. Buzz. The sword light turned into a white light that expanded like thousands of pear flowers blooming in front of Chu Li. Chu Li was dazed for a moment, as if he was about to enter an illusion. Then, Mahavarokana's immobility scripture was activated. When he regained his senses, the tip of the sword was already at his chest. Chu Li's body swayed, and he managed to dodge the sword. If it was not for the flying divine demon technique, he would not have been able to avoid it. He had goosebumps on his back as he was shocked. It was too dangerous earlier. Huang Yu's sword had no intention of stopping and was determined to pierce through him. He was furious, but remained calm. His body flashed a few times to avoid the sword tip and activated the sword of indifference. Bam, 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 bam. The sword of indifference attacked him like a storm, but he blocked it with his long sword. The sound of the sword colliding with the sword energy was like muffled thunder without a clear sound. Chu Li knew that it was because Huang Yu's sword was filled with sword energy that was extremely pure. When the sword energy collided with the sword energy, it did not affect the sword. Otherwise, the sword would not have made such a sound. Bam, 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 bam. Chu Li did not give up and continued to attack. The sword energy of the sword of indifference was extremely pure. Suddenly, a faintly discernible bright light fell from the sky. If it was at night, this ray of light would be very bright, but it was not obvious during the day. The astral power entered the body of the sword and merged with the spiritual chi of the upper heaven. Then it condensed into the sword chi of the sword of indifference. Ding! Suddenly, there was a crisp sound. The yellow jade sword was knocked away, and the figure was sent flying. Ding, 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 ding. Chu Li urged the sword of indifference to become even more violent. Huang Yu waved his sword to block the attacks, but his figure kept retreating. Chu Li's sword of oblivion seemed to be endless. Huang Yu's hand gradually became numb. He was shocked, as he did not expect Chu Li's cultivation level to be so profound. He became even more furious, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Then his sword's momentum changed abruptly, and he thrust his sword forward. Wherever it passed, the divine sword of indifference would scatter, and the tip of the sword would instantly reach Chu Li. Chu Li flicked his finger lightly and dodged to the side. Ding! The power of Philip's swift thunder grew stronger and stronger. Huan Yu felt his body go numb. When he wanted to move again, he was already sent flying. His body was surrounded by a blue glow. It was the protective Qi barrier activated by the protective jade pendant. Chu Li did not go too far and did not chase after him. He smiled at him with his hands behind his back. Sorry for the embarrassment. Huan Yu landed on the ground with a gloomy face. He took a deep breath to suppress his raging anger. He was angry at Chu Li and himself. He had just come out of isolated cultivation and thought that he could compete with Fu Kai Wei. He did not expect to be defeated by Chu Li. Goodbye. Huang Yu turned and left. Chu Li smiled and got up to leave. When the news of Huang Yu's defeat spread, Chu Li had already left the Taihao Peak and appeared in a deep valley. This was the address he got from the 10 great sect extermination mysteries of the Outer Heavens realm. The deep valley was desolate, with dense weeds and ancient trees. There were no signs of humans. Chu Li used the omniscient mirror to scan the ground. When he used the omniscient mirror to observe his surroundings, he could easily see up to 100 miles. It was more difficult to look underground. He could see up to 50 miles, which was already a terrifying depth. It was barren as far as he could see. The things underground were not like the things on the ground. The earth energy was the best at decomposing. Many relics had turned into soil and were difficult to distinguish. He used the omniscient mirror to observe the bottom of the valley, but found nothing. He frowned. Was he not here? Had he been fooled by the book? He did not give up. He continued to use the deep valley as the center and moved forward bit by bit to observe. After a day, he found nothing. It was either his position was wrong or he had sunk too deep and was out of the range of the omniscient mirror. No one could do anything about it. He was not in a hurry to stop. He continued to observe while cultivating the flying star technique. The flying star technique was a mysterious technique. If he really encountered the inheritance of the flying star sect, he should be able to sense it. He used the heavenly star insight technique to deduce his position while observing. He walked in the direction where he vaguely felt it and observed as he walked. Finally, on the evening of the 5th day, his expression changed. At this moment, he was standing on the peak of a towering mountain. He had been observing downwards. When he stood on the peak of the mountain, he suddenly had an idea and looked at the mountain. He immediately discovered something. The flying star technique suddenly had a strange reaction. He followed the reaction and looked inside. He saw a jade pendant. This jade pendant was embedded in a bone. Looking at the appearance of the bone, it should be a fierce tiger. It was a bit strange that the jade pendant was on the tiger's body. It must have eaten someone, and that person's jade pendant had also entered the tiger's mouth. He did not know what this jade pendant was, but since it could sense the flying star technique, it must be something extraordinary. However, this jade pendant was located in the middle of the mountain. He could break through the void, but did not have the earth escape technique. He could only dig. Thus, he waved his regal sky sword and dug inside like a mole. In the blink of an eye, a cave as tall as a person was formed. The cave kept going in. Chu Li's regal sky sword turned into a ray of light. Everywhere it passed, the soil and rocks were crushed by the light and flew out. After a while, Chu Li had to turn around and push the soil out of the cave. Although he had a divine weapon, he still spent half a day digging to the depths of the mountain and dug out that jade pendant. Although the jade pendant had been buried for so long, it was not stained by the soil. It was still clean and white as if it was not buried in the soil, but placed outside. Chu Li reached out to pick it up. However, his palm was numb. He could not reach it. Chu Li was surprised. He activated the flying star technique and filled his palm with star power. When he touched the jade pendant, the star power suddenly surged into the jade pendant. Other than his dantian, the star power from the other 5 energy seas surged into the jade pendant. The jade pendant suddenly shot out a ray of starlight and returned to normal. Its color was dimmer than before. It looked like the most ordinary jade pendant. It was not a precious treasure, so it was not worth looking at. Chapter 22:10. Just as he turned around, his expression changed. Two young men stood in the void in front of him. One was plump and looked honest, while the other was tall and handsome. He stared at Chu Li like a goshawk looking at a rabbit. Chu Li frowned as he looked at them. He felt a sense of familiarity from their aura. They were disciples of the heaven-shaking pavilion. No wonder they could hide from his senses and appear so suddenly. "Who are you?" the tall and handsome young man asked. "Did you get something just now?" Chu Li asked, "Who are you?" He wanted to leave, but realized that the void around him was locked again. It was obviously the effect of a treasure. He had given his void-breaching pearl to Shao-Chi, so he could not leave for a while. However, he had the flying demon technique, so he was not worried. He stared at the two young men and wanted to know what was going on. He vaguely guessed that the heaven-shaking pavilion would not do anything without benefits. They could predict a major fortuitous encounter and obtain it in advance. Even if they could not predict it in advance, they would try to steal it after the fortuitous encounter. The tall and handsome young man said, "Nan Gong Jing of the heaven-shaking pavilion." "Jin Shurong of the heaven-shaking pavilion." The plump young man fist saluted. Chu Li nodded. "Oh, you're a disciple of the heaven-shaking pavilion. What can I do for you?" "Who are you?" Nan Gong Jing asked. "You're not a nobody, are you?" They could not sense Chu Li's strength. The Chu Li in front of them was illusory. It seemed like he was right in front of them, but at the same time, it seemed like he did not exist. As long as they closed their eyes, they could not sense his existence. In this situation, either he had a treasure to hide his aura, or his cultivation level was unfathomable. No matter which one it was not beneficial to their operation. A person with such a treasure was definitely not an ordinary person. A person with a high cultivation level was even more unlucky. Chu Li smiled. "I'm Chu Li. You're Chu Li?" The two men's expressions changed. They had naturally heard of Chu Li's name and knew his abilities well. Although Zhao Haiyuan's death was caused by Lu Zhongshan of the Taihao Peak, it was also related to Chu Li. They could not do anything to the disciples of Taihao Peak, but they were not so polite to Chu Li. The disciples of Heaven Shake Tower had received orders to not let go of Chu Li if they had the chance to. He was just a disciple of the Rainmaster Palace, so there was nothing to worry about. However, they had to be careful of Chu Li's counterattack, as it would not be easy to deal with him. As soon as they heard Chu Li's name, they knew something was wrong. The two of them might not be able to deal with him, so they needed other methods. Chu Li nodded and said, "I am Chu Li. What can I do for the two of you?" "Hand over what you just obtained," Nan Gong Jing said indifferently. "We might spare your life." Chu Li smiled. "Are you planning to rob me openly? How about we make a deal?" Jin Shurong scratched his head and said somewhat embarrassedly, "We can't openly rob you. However, what you just obtained is too important to us, so we must obtain it. We can use a treasure to exchange for it." As he spoke, he took out an iron plate from his bosom and shook it a few times. This is a protective jade plate. It can emit protective aura chi. When combined with your own protective aura chi, it will be even more powerful. Chu Li shook his head and said, "It's useless." "Chu Li, don't underestimate our protective iron plate." Jin Shurong hurriedly said, "How about this? You can give it a try. Give me a palm strike." Chu Li said, "I want to give it my all." "Sure," Jin Shurong said proudly. "Let's see what you're capable of and the power of this protective iron plate." Chu Li nodded. The two of them did not come with good intentions. They were determined to rob him. Their cultivation level was not low, and more importantly, they had many treasures. In particular, they could conceal their aura and protect their mind, which happened to be able to block his omniscient mirror. His omniscient mirror was not what it used to be. With the Heaven's Eye connection, its power was even more shocking. Even if he had a treasure, he would not be able to block it. However, it was able to block it this time. It was obvious that the two of them had extraordinary treasures. Since there was no need for him to hold back, it was best to take the opportunity to injure one of them. "Come." Jin Shurong waved the iron plate. Chu Li swung his palm with a whoosh. This palm was as fast as lightning. It was condensed from star power, which was pure and mysterious. It was different from normal palm energy. He wanted to see if this protective iron plate could be used. At the same time, he had to be careful. He had already been tricked once. Zhao Haiyuan suddenly used the perishable orb and shot out the perishable ray, which was beyond his expectations. He really did not expect an elite disciple of a prestigious sect to do something like that. It changed his view of the heaven-shaking brothel. That was why he was very careful of the heaven-shaking brothel disciples to prevent them from playing any tricks. Bang! Jin Shirong threw the iron plate forward. The iron plate floated in the air and coincidentally met the palm energy. A dim gray light flashed, and Chu Li's palm energy disappeared without a trace. Jin Shirong waved his hand, and the iron plate returned to his hand. He smiled proudly at Chu Li. "How is it?" Chu Li remained silent. "Palm energy alone is not enough. Let's see how it defends against sword techniques." Jin Shirong waved the iron plate. "Come." Chu Li pulled out the sky killer sword. "My sword technique is better. Be careful." Come on, come on." Jin Shirong said impatiently. He casually waved the iron plate. "With this, you definitely won't be able to break through my defense." Chu Li thrust his sword forward. It was as fast as lightning and instantly appeared in front of him. Jin Shirong waved the iron plate again. Swoosh! A gray light shot towards Chu Li. The two were only a sword's length away from each other. The gray light was extremely fast. Chu Li's body swayed to avoid the light. However, the gray light suddenly spread and formed a light. No matter how fast Chu Li was, he was still touched by it. Suddenly, a strange energy surged into his body. It was cold like ice water drilling into his body. Chu Li frowned and retreated at an extremely fast speed. Swoosh! The tall and handsome Nangong Jing pointed his finger, and a ray of light fell on Chu Li. Once the chilling force entered his body, Chu Li quickly performed the sacrificial divine power. The spiritual energy of the upper level merged with the star power, which was violent and overbearing. The chilling force was quickly dissolved, and his inner energy surged like a huge wave. Seeing the light fall on Chu Li, Nangong Jing relaxed and let out a long sigh of relief. This finger energy was the accumulation of his entire cultivation level. Its power was shocking. It was fine if it did not hit, but if it did, it would definitely be heavily injured, even if it was Chu Li. Thinking that Chu Li, who was so difficult to deal with, was still injured by him, a smile appeared on his face. However, his smile quickly froze as he looked at Chu Li, who had taken the iron plate, and sent Jin Shirong flying with one palm. What he hit earlier was only Chu Li's shadow. It was so realistic that he did not notice it. This was the power of the flying demon technique. Chu Li's palm heavily injured Jin Shirong. Even though Jin Shirong's protective energy barrier was activated, he still could not block the cloud slashing palm from the sacrificial divine power. Jin Shirong spat out blood in the air and fell limply to the ground. There was a bang, and then there was no sound. "You killed junior brother Jin," Nangong Jing shouted. Chu Li scoffed. "I won't die." Although he would not die, he was living in pain. His bones were all broken, and his cultivation level was mostly destroyed. With the help of the spirit medicine, he would need at least 1.5 years to recover. Nangong Jing gritted his teeth. "What do I have to do to make you hand it over?" Chu Li laughed. Chapter 22:11. "This time, I'll really use the treasure to exchange for what you got," Nangong Jing said. Chu Li frowned. "Goodbye." He turned and left as soon as he finished speaking, his body like a wisp of smoke. "Do you really think you can escape?" Nangong Jing carried Jin Shirong and followed him like a gust of wind. As he chased after him, she said, "If you don't hand it over, you won't be able to escape even if you run to the heavenly demon realm, the boundless surpassing state, or even the endless sea." Chu Li said, "Is the heaven-shaking pavilion so overbearing?" The heaven-shaking pavilion is responsible for the people of the world. Such an important item cannot fall into the hands of someone with bad intentions. Nan Gongjing said. It's our fault if we can't take it back. Chu Li laughed. You call yourselves the masters of the world. What a joke. We can peek into the secrets of the heavens. So of course we have to be responsible for the people of the world. Nan Gongjing scoffed. Do you really want to be so stubborn and kill yourself? Chu Li said, whatever I get, no matter how ordinary it is, belongs to me. Of course, I won't just give it to you. Not everyone can be robbed by you. Do you know the consequences of going against the heaven-shaking pavilion? Nan Gongjing's light body technique was excellent, so he followed him closely. Chu Li's omniscient mirror could see that he had used another treasure. His light body technique and the treasure allowed him to follow him, but this was his limit. He could not go any faster. Chu Li scoffed. So what if I'm right? Then he sped up and activated the sacrificial divine power. His speed increased by a few times, and he disappeared in the blink of an eye. As long as he got rid of Nan Gongjing, he could use void diversion and leave instantly. It would be impossible to catch up. Bang! An explosion came from the sky. Then, Chu Li's hair stood on end. He suddenly turned and dodged to the side. Not far away from him, an invisible force spread out, but it was impossible to see anything strange. Chu Li avoided this invisible force like a snake or scorpion, so he sped up again and ran to the side. However, this formless energy was even faster than him. He was still unable to completely avoid it and was struck by the aftershocks. Bang! It was as if he had been hit in the back by a heavy hammer. He looked up and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he fell limply to the ground, unable to move. In his mind, the little critter that had already fallen asleep lazily suddenly opened its eyes. It opened its mouth abruptly and inhaled. Immediately, the power that had yet to disperse in the surroundings gushed into his body unceasingly and drilled into his mind. The listless little critter's spirit was roused. However, after the energy drilled into its body, it absorbed it in one gulp. After that, it returned to its lazy appearance. It lay down and closed its eyes to sleep again. Chu Li breathed a sigh of relief, but pretended to be powerless as he watched Nan Gongjing approach. Nan Gongjing snorted. Now you know how powerful I am, right? A figure appeared in the void on the other side. It was an old man with white eyebrows and beard. He shook his head and said, Little Jing, do you really need me to deal with such a brat? Grand Uncle, Nan Gongjing said. This is Chu Li. He's not a nobody. I've been in seclusion for a few years, but I've never heard of him. The old man shook his head and said, But no matter how powerful he is, after taking this tiger soul pill, even if he doesn't die, he will still lose a layer of skin. I'm leaving first. Grand Uncle, thank you, Nan Gongjing said. This time, I don't want to hand over the item that I want to seize to the sect. I want to keep it for myself, so I can only disturb you, Grand Uncle. What kind of treasure is it? The old man's spirit was lifted. If a treasure was handed over to the heaven-shaking pavilion, the heaven-shaking pavilion would give a reward of a higher level than the treasure. Therefore, the treasures that the heaven-shaking pavilion's disciples obtained would usually be handed over to the sect in exchange for a treasure that they fancied. However, the treasure that Nan Gongjing wanted him to keep was definitely not ordinary. It's most likely an inheritance, Nan Gongjing said. The Flying Star Sect's inheritance. If we can obtain the Flying Star Sect's inheritance, it's indeed a treasure. We can't give it to the heaven-shaking pavilion. The old man quickly nodded and said, If our Nan Gong family obtains this, there's a great chance that we can rise again. Nan Gongjing nodded slowly. That's why we must obtain this treasure at all costs. Chu Li lay on the ground and listened to Nan Gongjing's words. He directly read the old man's thoughts from his mind. The Nan Gong family that Nan Gongjing came from used to be prosperous. Although they did not become a sect, they had suppressed the surrounding sects to the point that they could not lift their heads. However, as the later generations became mediocre, the Nan Gong family gradually became ordinary. Now, they were only a wealthy family. This made them extremely dissatisfied, and they all wanted to restore the glory of their ancestors. As Nan Gongjing spoke, he approached Chu Li and placed the limp Jean Shurong next to him. Nangong Jing shook his head and sighed. Chu Li, why did you have to do this? If you had handed it over earlier, you wouldn't have ended up like this. Chu Li stared at him with difficulty. What do you want? Nangong Jing looked at him with pity. You've guessed correctly. I kill people and take their treasures. That's all. There's nothing new about it. Chu Li said. The heaven-shaking pavilion's disciples are really extraordinary. We can't deal with Tai Hao Peak, but do you think we can't deal with you? Nangong Jing scoffed. As he spoke, he unsheathed his sword and stabbed it at Chu Li's chest. Ding! Chu Li bent his finger and flicked it. The snap of thunder caused Nangong Jing to freeze. Before the protective chi barrier could take effect, Nangong Jing was hit by Chu Li's palm, and all the acupuncture points on his body were sealed. Stop! The old man realized that something was wrong. He shouted and rushed over. Chu Li grabbed Nangong Jing and Jin Shurong and disappeared. Ah! The old man roared in anger, but he could only watch helplessly as Chu Li disappeared. Normally, he would be able to sense Nangong Jing. However, Nangong Jing's aura was concealed by the earth demonic stone as Chu Li was carrying him. The old man could not sense him. He could only panic, but he could not do anything. Chu Li dragged Nangong Jing and Jin Shurong to the peak of a mountain. He knew that time was precious. Since he had killed 2 of his disciples, the heaven-shaking pavilion would soon sense it and send people over. He needed to stay close to them and use the earth demonic stone to suppress their auras. He quickly took out their belongings. Chu Li smiled when he saw a few jade pendants and a few bottles of spirit medicine. The jade pendants they were holding were not ordinary jade pendants. They were not even ordinary treasures. None of them were weak, and these spirit medicine were not ordinary spirit medicine either. He had gained a lot this time. Usually, the heaven-shaking pavilion was the one who robbed others. This time, Chu Li robbed the heaven-shaking pavilion. It was really satisfying. He had completely offended them. They could forget about turning hostility into friendship. If there was a chance to teach them a lesson, he would not let it go. With a slight shake, the 2 of them woke up. Jin Shurong's eyes widened while Nangong Jing stared at him with a gloomy face. Chu Li smiled at Nangong Jing. Thank you for giving me this treasure. Chu Li, you should know the consequences of offending the heaven-shaking pavilion. Nangong Jing said in a low voice. Chu Li nodded. I'll definitely die, right? Then I'll go crazy before I die. Tell me, what treasure is this? What about this? There's also this. Chu Li pointed at the neatly arranged jade pendants on the ground. There were 6 of them in total. Some were big and some were small. The big ones were the size of a palm, while the small ones were only the size of a fingernail. Some were dull and lusterless, while others had a warm glow. Chapter 22:12. Then he pointed at the bottles of spirit pills and asked Nangong Jing what they were for. Nangong Jing scoffed, but did not reject him. What he said was completely different from what he had in mind. He described the poison as a spirit medicine, and the spirit medicine as a poison. However, some of what he said was right, and some of it was fake. If it was not for the omniscient mirror, he would have been fooled. Chu Li frowned and looked at him. Young Master Nangong, since you've already lost, why don't you just admit defeat? You're shameless to play tricks like this. Who said I'm playing tricks? Nangong Jing scoffed. Chu Li picked up a small jade bottle and opened it. You said this is a spirit pill that can increase one's power. Fine, take it. He poured out a blood-red pill and stuffed it into Nangong Jing's mouth. Nangong Jing's face darkened. He glared at him viciously. He wanted to skin Chu Li alive. Chu Li looked at his face and shook his head. Take this spirit pill and you'll feel good. You'll be able to break through your acupuncture points soon. You don't have to waste your time now. Nangong Jing had been trying to break through his sealed acupuncture points. He had made some progress and had unsealed 2 acupuncture points. Chu Li did not care and pretended not to know. He pointed it out with a hint of mockery. He wanted to see Nangong Jing in pain and despair. It would be a show of strength to him and also a show of strength to Jin Shurong. Jin Shurong's expression changed, but he did not say a word. Through Chu Li's omniscient mirror, he saw that Jin Shurong was even more cunning. He looked honest, but he was full of evil tricks. He was thinking of ways to deal with Chu Li. Chu Li poured out a spirit pill from another bottle and stuffed it into Nangong Jing's mouth. He smiled. You don't have to thank me. This spirit pill was the antidote. Nangong Jing let out a sigh of relief. He was also a person who was afraid of death. Dying after eating his own poison made him even more afraid. Even if he died, he would become a laughingstock among the disciples of the heaven-shaking pavilion. His name would be passed down from generation to generation, and he would never be able to make a comeback. His back was drenched in cold sweat. Chu Li ignored him and turned to look at Jin Shurong. He smiled and said, Master Jin, let's have a good talk. What are these? He pointed at the jade pendant and the elixir. However, Jin Shurong was straightforward and did not hesitate to tell the truth. In fact, he was also frightened by Chu Li. If senior brother Nangong had really been poisoned to death, that would have been a great humiliation. He would have probably been poisoned to death as well. Although the treasures were great and the spirit pills were wonderful, they were not worth mentioning when compared to his life. As long as he was alive, he could continue to obtain the treasures and spirit pills. Therefore, he was very cooperative and looked sincere. He explained in great detail, as he was afraid that Chu Li would not be satisfied. Chu Li nodded in satisfaction and smiled. Master Jin, you're more tactful. You're willing to accept your loss. Are you really going to kill us? Jin Shurong asked. He speculated that if there were no accidents, Chu Li would not kill the two of them. Otherwise, he could have just poisoned senior brother Nangong to death. There was no need to save him. Chu Li shook his head. There's no point in killing you, and you're not a threat anyway. He kept the jade pendants and spirit pills into his inner pocket. Then he took out the jade pendant that he obtained from the cave and looked at it slowly. Jin Shurong and Nangong Jing stared at the dull jade pendant. The jade pendant did not look like it was carved from good jade. It was simple and unadorned. It was definitely not the work of a master. On the whole, it did not look like a treasure. No one would be willing to pick it up if it was thrown on the street. They had sharp eyes. One look at the jade pendant, and they knew it was not an ordinary item. Nangong Jing asked, Is this the Flying Star Sect's jade of inheritance? Chu Li said, Who knows? It could be from another sect, or just an ordinary treasure. Why don't you take a look? No need. Nangong Jing scoffed. Jin Shurong said, Let me try. Chu Li handed the jade pendant to Jin Shurong. Jin Shurong's acupuncture points were not sealed, but he was heavily injured and his bones were almost broken. Therefore, he did not have to worry about escaping. Jin Shurong picked up the jade pendant with difficulty and slowly raised it to his eyes. Then, he channeled his remaining inner energy and slowly injected it. Bang! He suddenly fell backward. The jade pendant had already flown out of his palm. Chu Li reached behind him, and the jade pendant flew into his hand. After Jin Shurong fell to the ground with a thud, Chu Li caught the jade pendant and shook his head. Looks like you won't make it. I want to take another look. Jin Shurong shouted with red eyes. He was not convinced. Moreover, he could feel the strong energy in the jade pendant. It was definitely not an ordinary treasure. He was eager to find out what treasure it was. Otherwise, he would not be able to sleep well. Chu Li smiled and handed the jade pendant back to him. Jin Shurong closed his eyes and sat down. He took a deep breath and looked at Chu Li. Please, give me another spirit recovery pill. Chu Li smiled and took out a jade bottle. He opened it and handed him a milky, yellow spirit pill. Jin Shurong swallowed it. After a while, his face became rosier and he was full of energy. He did not look like he was injured. Moreover, his aura was turbulent and his cultivation level was higher than before. However, there was a price to pay. Jin Shurong placed the jade pendant in front of his eyes and injected inner energy into it again. However, he did not expect his inner energy to be bounced back by a huge force. With a muffled bang, he was sent flying 10 meters away. Chu Li waved his hand and picked up the jade pendant on the ground. Then he tossed it to Nangong Jing and unsealed his acupuncture point. Without the treasure, Nangong Jing was no threat. Nangong Jing lowered his head and looked at it for a while. He carefully touched it, as if he was trying to figure out the material of the jade pendant. After a while, Nangong Jing could not figure it out. He slowly injected some inner energy into the jade pendant, but was quickly bounced back by a strong force. With a muffled bang, the jade pendant almost flew away. Chuli smiled. "Can you guys find out?" "It's strange," Nangong Jing said. "Is this really the jade pendant?" Chuli said, "I can swear to God." Nangong Jing frowned. "It's hard to say if it's the flying star sect's inheritance." As soon as he said that, he tried to probe it with his spiritual force. Suddenly, his vision shook violently, as if his body was shaking violently. His internal organs were flipped over, and he felt an indescribable pain. If it really was the flying star sect's inheritance, there should be something strange about it. Unfortunately, they could not find anything. He was sure that this was not the flying star sect's inheritance. Otherwise, there would be no need for this jade pendant. They were all powerhouses among the heaven-shaking pavilion's disciples. In the entire martial arts world, they were top-notch masters. Yet, they could not do anything to this jade pendant. If it was someone with low martial arts skills, they would not be able to open it. Chuli scoffed. "Can you give up now? Although I don't know what it is, I'm sure it's a great treasure," Nangong Jing said. Chuli smiled. "So, it still belongs to the heaven-shaking pavilion?" "You won't be able to keep it," Nangong Jing said. "If it's not us, it'll be the other senior and junior brothers." Chuli said, "Let's see if it'll be you guys robbing me or me robbing you." As soon as he said that, he snatched the jade pendant back and put it in his inner pocket. Then, he waved his hand and disappeared. After letting them see it and deny that it was the flying star sect's inheritance, they could only gather a limited number of people, and the heaven-shaking pavilion would not pay too much attention to it. Chuli knew that he could not go against the heaven-shaking pavilion now. He needed to seize the time to condense 9C of energy as soon as possible so that he could use the 9 swords unification. Then, he would be able to fight against the heaven-shaking pavilion. Chapter 22:13. Chuli appeared at the peak of a tall mountain. Recalling what happened earlier, he sighed and shook his head. He did not hesitate to kill Zhao Haiyuan. First, Zhao Haiyuan killed him, Shao Qi, and Sun Mingwei. Second, he did not know much about the heaven-shaking pavilion and did not know how strong it was. This time, when he ran into Nangong Jing and Jin Shirong, he didn't try to kill them. He just robbed them and humiliated them, all in order to infuriate them and force them to attack him. At most, he would drag their friends into it. This way, he could buy time to master the 9 swords into one. He would be confident enough to fight against the heaven-shaking pavilion. Now that he had not mastered the 9 swords into one, he was not confident enough. This was not a matter of courage, but reality. The strong were strong, and the weak were weak. In such a situation, he could not fight on impulse. If he blindly used force, he would only disappear. Even if he had the life and death scripture, he could not court death. He stretched out his hand and took out the jade pendant. It was dull and lifeless like a stone. This was the real inheritance of the Flying Star sect. Unfortunately, those without star power could not obtain it. He had already glimpsed a little bit of it, but because his cultivation was still weak, he could not obtain all of it. He had only obtained the mental cultivation method of the next level. Through this inheritance jade, he was confident in the Flying Star sect and decided to cultivate the Flying Star technique. This kind of inheritance was not something that sects in the Grandmaster realm could do. Since it was passed down level by level, Chuli guessed that it was a technique from the upper heaven or even the upper heaven. The Flying Star technique was an antique study from the upper heaven. He suddenly frowned and disappeared in a flash. Just as he disappeared, 6 old men slowly appeared, turning their heads to look at their surroundings. One of the elders in green scoffed. "Nothing. This young man is smart." Another elder scoffed. "He must have heard the news and fled. I don't believe he can escape from us." The first elder scoffed. "Unless he throws away all his treasures. Otherwise, how can he throw away those treasures? Then he can only wait for death. Hurry up and chase after him. Don't be so arrogant. We'll lose him." "How is that possible? Even if he has the stone of invisibility, he can't block our detection of the jade pendant." That might not be the case. Old who? You really like to belittle your own power and boost the morale of others. He is just a junior, and he is also from an unorthodox background. No matter how capable he is, how can he escape from the palm of our heaven-shaking tower? This guy is not an ordinary person. We can't be careless. All right, I'll listen to you. Otherwise, you'll be complacent if an accident happens. They all smiled and shook their heads, their expressions relaxed. They knew that Chu Li was extremely powerful, but they did not really take it to heart. No matter how powerful his martial arts was, he would not be able to withstand a single blow from the heaven-shaking tower's treasures. Furthermore, no matter how big the world was, there was no place for Chu Li to hide unless he ran to Tai Hao Peak. However, the Great Heaven Peak was not a place that one could casually enter, even if his woman was a disciple of the Great Heaven Peak. Huh? The old man who spoke first frowned. What happened? This kid really disappeared. An elder tried to sense it in disbelief. He shook his head and sighed. It's really strange. This kid is a little interesting. The remaining 4 elders tried to sense it, but they could not find Chu Li. At this time, Chu Li had already entered the Wheel Pagoda. The Earth Demonic Stone had merged with the Wheel Pagoda, completely concealing his aura and isolating him from any senses. I don't believe it. The 4 elders stopped being relaxed and became serious. They sat down with their legs crossed and began to condense their energies while trying to deduce Chu Li's whereabouts. Unfortunately, they could not find Chu Li. Senior Brother Zhou, if we go back with our tails between our legs, we'll be too ashamed to face anyone. One of the elders shook his head and sighed. What will the tower think? What will Nangong Jing and Jin Shurong think of us? What will those young fellows think of us? What should we do? The elder who spoke first scoffed. Why don't we return to the tower and use the Cosmos Jade to look for him? Isn't that a little overkill? Another elder shook his head. He only stole something and didn't kill anyone. It's not worth it, right? The value of a piece of Cosmos Jade isn't something a junior can match. This junior is different. Someone shook his head. Then we'll go back and use the Cosmos Jade. The elder who spoke first said in a low voice. The others stopped arguing and disappeared. Chu Li left all the treasures in the Rotary Pagoda. He knew that the heaven-shaking tower would be able to sense these treasures. Even the Earth Demonic Stone would not be able to block the heaven-shaking tower's senses. However, it was not safe to hide the treasures in the Rotary Pagoda. Back then, Fu Kaiwei used the Cosmos Jade to find him in the Rotary Pagoda. The heaven-shaking tower might be able to do the same. He shook his head. The heaven-shaking tower was really troublesome. He thought about it and began to build the pagoda again. An hour later, 3 more rotary pagodas were built, forming a 9-tower layout. When the 9th stone tower was erected, dark clouds gathered in the sky. Thunder could be seen, but it did not strike. Chu Li looked up at the sky and felt a strong pressure coming from the sky. He did not expect to do anything in the end. The dark clouds slowly dispersed, and the sky was clear again. Chu Li could feel a strange aura condensing. The 9 towers seemed to form a world of its own that was completely isolated from the outside world. The 9 towers combined to form a huge formation of the 9 tripod cauldrons. Chu Li heaved a sigh of relief and smiled as he stood in the area of the 9 towers. He had been worried about this before, so he had been preparing the stones. After carving the stones, he only needed to pile them up accurately. That was why the 3 towers were built very quickly and were completed in less than an hour. On a towering peak in midair, in a basilica, the 6 elders who had been tracking Chu Li earlier were sitting cross-legged on cattail hassocks. They formed a circle with a small gray stone in the middle. It looked like they had picked it up from the river. It was the Cosmos Jade that Fu Kaiwei had used earlier. They looked serious. After looking at each other, they slowly reached out their right palms. Their 6 palms stopped above the Cosmos Jade and slowly condensed. 6 strange forces fell into the Cosmos Jade. The Cosmos Jade suddenly lit up and turned into 6 rays of light that fell on their foreheads. The 6 of them looked serious as white steam rose from their heads. After a while, The white steam slowly dissipated. They opened their eyes with gloomy expressions. "I didn't find it. I didn't find it." The six of them looked at each other, and their expressions became more and more gloomy. With the help of the Cosmos Jade, there was almost nothing they could not see, nothing unexpected, and they were invincible. This time, they were defeated by a young man who came from an unorthodox background. They were really unwilling to accept it. What happened? Is he dead? It's highly possible. They did not believe that Chu Li could hide and could not find him even after using the Cosmos Jade. They would rather believe that Chu Li was dead, so they did not notice anything. "Sai, forget it. Let's wait and see. He should be hiding in an extremely secret place, but it's impossible for him to hide forever." Chapter 22:14. Chu Li did not know that the heaven-shaking tower was spying on him. He sat cross-legged on top of a stone tower and began to cultivate the fourth level of the flying star technique. The sky was filled with stars. Beams of starlight fell on Chu Li's forehead and quickly disappeared. The endless starlight disappeared quickly and was quickly devoured by Chu Li, condensing in his 5 ocean of energy. When the ocean of energy was full and there was nowhere else to fill, the star power continued to pour in and began to flow in his meridians, squeezing them. Meridians were intangible but material. Physical forces could not touch them, but inner energy and star power could and hurt them. As the star power poured in, the meridians were slowly expanded. The astral power flowed ceaselessly between the 5 seas of aura, just like the lake water flowing from one lake to another and then to the next lake. The lake water flowed between the 5 lakes, but more and more water flowed, and the lake was full, so the river channel was opened. After the meridians were opened, they slowly thinned and were about to burst as the star power poured in. At that moment, the starlight suddenly stopped falling and the star power flowed between the meridians, carefully moving it bit by bit. As time passed, the star power slowly merged into the meridians. The unique properties of the star power allowed it to merge into the meridians, making them stronger and wider. It was twice as wide as before. This was the 4th level of the flying star technique, the meridian cleansing technique. After the meridians were cleansed, they would be able to accommodate stronger star power. Time passed slowly. He sat on the tower and cultivated for 3 days without rest. The meridian cleansing technique was completed, and his meridians expanded by more than 3 times. They were stronger than before. Although his inner energy did not increase, the power of his martial arts increased greatly. He began to cultivate the 5th level of the flying star technique. He continued to visualize the star chart and established a connection with another star. Every star was different, just like the difference between spirit herbs. He was currently absorbing the star power of the weakest star. As he progressed to the 5th level, he would be able to sense stronger stars. This star power poured in, and he felt a chill on his head. Then his meridians felt like they were being cut by knives. He knew that this star power was more aggressive. He guided it to flow between the 5 ocean of energy and slowly directed it to another acupuncture point. His body felt like it was being crushed, and his vision went black. The star force was even fiercer and more domineering than before. Opening the Sea of Qi was even more violent and painful. A moment later, a thunderous boom reverberated in his ears. His eyes immediately lit up as he saw the 6th Qi Sea in his body, excluding the Dantian. Astral power continuously poured into the sea of energy. After 2 hours, it was finally full. He slowly opened his eyes, and a sharp light shot out of them. A smile appeared on his face. As expected of the 6th level, the speed at which he condensed his Sea of Qi was much faster than before. The only problem was that it was too painful. He wondered if the remaining Sea of Qi would be even more painful. This clearly showed how difficult and painful the flying star incantation was. It was not a pity that it was lost. Cultivating this level was so painful that one's vision would turn black. Once one fainted, it would be no different from suicide. The star power was so strong and overbearing that if one lost control, it would destroy the body. His soul power was strong, and he had the life and death scripture, so he was not afraid of this. However, others did not have such abilities. Once they lost control, they would definitely die. Many disciples of the Flying Star sect had probably died because of the Flying Star incantation. The sixth level of the Flying Star incantation was to cleanse the internal organs, making them stronger and able to withstand the impact of the star power. The seventh level of the Flying Star incantation could sense more powerful stars. The star power was even more fierce and overbearing, and the body had to withstand great pressure. A small heart could collapse, and it was extremely dangerous. He could faintly feel that the power of the star power was similar to the spiritual energy of the upper heaven. However, spiritual energy and star power had their own characteristics and magical uses. It all depended on how they were used. After he cultivated the seventh level, he could directly see the next two levels. The eighth level of the Flying Star incantation was a brainwashing technique. It used the star power to strengthen the soul power. The ninth level was a deduction technique. It used the stars to deduce the general trend of the world and predict good or bad luck. When Chuli saw the eighth level, he knew it was dangerous. It was extremely dangerous. The star power was so strong and overbearing that it wanted to supplement the soul. Just thinking about it made him shiver, and he did not dare to step in. On the ninth level, he saw the shadow of the heavenly Astra Jade stamp. The heavenly Astra Jade stamp was a simplified version of the ninth level of the Flying Star incantation. The ninth level of the Flying Star incantation was specially stated that the ninth level was mysterious and unpredictable. It was not something that could be cultivated by humans. It required a gift from the heavens. It was fine even if one could not cultivate it. After cultivating the eighth level, one could start cultivating from the first level again. They would sense stronger stars and possess stronger star power. Then they could go from the second level to the eighth level, and the cycle would repeat. There were countless stars in the sky. There was no end to them. The Flying Star incantation was endless and had endless potential. Chuli fell into deep thought after he read it. The eighth level was too dangerous. He did not want to take the risk now. Since his soul power was stronger, he could start cultivating from the first level and look for stronger stars. He found a star sphere and began to cleanse his meridians. He found another star sphere and began to cleanse his internal organs. When he found the sixth star sphere, the power of the star sphere was almost twice as powerful as the spiritual energy of the upper heavenly layer. As a result, it became more dangerous. It meant that the damage caused by the star power would be difficult to repair with the spiritual energy of the upper heaven. However, the star power was twice as powerful as the spiritual energy of the upper heaven. It did not mean that his cultivation level had increased by 2 times. The spiritual energy of the upper heaven was as pure as spring water. It was compressed and condensed into all kinds of unique inner energy through various heart techniques. On the other hand, the star power was fierce and domineering. It could not be converted into unique inner energy by the heart technique. Star power was still star power, and its power did not change. Only the Flying Star finger could activate the star power. The power of the star power was not as powerful as the unique inner energy formed from spiritual energy. However, it was difficult to refine it. After being hit by the Flying Star finger, it would not be easy to expel it. The bright moon hung high in the sky. He looked up for a while and did not know how many days he had spent. Since he had formed 9 energy seas, he would try to combine the 9 swords into one. He first used the heaven-murdering sword art to activate his inner energy and stored it in one of his chi seas. Then, he used the monarch descend sword art, followed by the peerless sword art. All 9 sword arts were activated, transforming into inner energy that was stored in one of his chi seas. When the 9 inner energies were formed, he suddenly flashed into the wheel pagoda. There were 9 treasure swords in front of him. He focused on 9 things at once. The inner energy from the 9 energy seas shot toward each treasure sword. Buzz! With a soft sound, The 9 swords suddenly trembled and glowed faintly. Then, they slowly rose into the air as if there was an invisible force supporting them. Then, they gathered together to form a sword wheel. Chuli was surprised. He only injected inner energy into the swords and did nothing else. The invisible force supporting them was formed by themselves. The 9 swords seemed to be weightless. Chuli activated the fundamental technique and made a sword gesture to point at the 9 swords. The sword wheel formed by the 9 swords suddenly turned into a shadow and moved at high speed like a circle. He took out a metal plate, which was the one that Enchantment used before. He tossed it into the air and pointed at it with his sword finger. Chapter 22:15. The 9 treasure swords fell as well. After one hit, the inner energy on the swords had dissipated, and they could no longer maintain the sword wheel. He disappeared from the spot and appeared outside the next moment. He took a few stones and returned to the rotary pagoda. He was multitasking as he directed the inner energy in his 9 chi Cs to their respective treasure swords. The 9 swords formed a sword wheel again and slowly floated in midair. He pinched his fingers to form a sword gesture, and the sword wheel began to spin at high speed, forming a shadow. It was like a shiny silver wheel quietly hovering in midair. It was quite strange, and it was hard to imagine that there were 9 treasure swords. He threw a stone with his left hand, and when it flew far away, he pointed his right hand with a sword gesture. Buzz! The silver wheel arrived in an instant, and the palm-sized stone disappeared. Without waiting for the 9 treasure swords to fall and disperse, the 9 sword energies shot into the air again. The sword wheel did not disperse, and it followed the fundamental technique. The sword wheel did not slow down either, maintaining its silver ring shape. Chuli let out a long sigh of relief. It seemed like he still had to cultivate it well. He had to be familiar with the swords so that the process would not be interrupted and it would not be taken advantage of. One sword to decide the world, one to decide life and death. If the opponent did not fall after one sword, the opponent would often find an opportunity to counterattack. He could multitask, so he continued to channel his inner energy to prepare for the second sword while he performed the first sword. He needed to be familiar with the swords so that there would not be an opportunity to be taken advantage of. Otherwise, life and death will be decided by one sword. After familiarizing himself with the swords, he realized that the inner energy in his Chi Si could only be used 3 times. After that, he would need to accumulate the inner energy of each sword technique again, and it would take him enough time to refill it. Although his Chi Si was not as vast as his Dantian, the 9 swords united formation consumed too much inner energy, so he could not be lazy. The best way was to expand his Chi Si and use the meridian cleansing technique of the flying star technique to expand it bit by bit. After 3 days, he felt that he could continuously perform 3 swords without any delay, so he left the rotary pagoda. He wanted to go to the foreign battleground to take a look and help Xiao Qi and the others to prevent any accidents. He made a sword case that was as wide as his shoulders and as tall as his swords. It contained 9 swords, and at first glance, it looked like he was carrying a book basket. Although he felt that carrying such a sword case was very conspicuous and a little ridiculous for the sake of his life, he could not tolerate anything else. After all, he could not leave the sword here and run back to retrieve it at a critical moment. Many of the top-notch experts he had encountered had the ability to lock the void, either with formations or treasures, so he couldn't come back and find trouble. If he really could leave, he could just run away. There was no need to fight them head-on. He had just left the Chakra Pagoda and arrived at the peak of a mountain. He looked down at the surrounding scenery and felt the magnificence of the mountains and rivers. He was moved and adjusted his emotions. Adjusting one's emotions was like playing the zither. Blindly cultivating would often lead to one's death. He needed to adjust his state of mind properly in order to maintain the quickness of his thoughts. Whether it was cultivating or fighting, he would be able to deal with them with ease. The surrounding void fluctuated, and 6 old men suddenly appeared, surrounding him. Good lad, we finally caught him. A green-robed old man scoffed. At least we didn't waste our energy. Chu, hand it over. Chu frowned as he looked at the 6 elders. The heaven-shaking pavilion. It's good that you know. Hand over the jade of inheritance that you snatched. The green-robed old man with a sallow face said in a low voice, we can spare your life. If not, we can still snatch the jade pendant by killing you. Chu asked, what jade of inheritance? You can deceive Nangong Jing and Jin Shurong, but you can't deceive us. The sallow-faced old man said coldly, you obtained the Flying Star Sex jade of inheritance. We must get it back. Chu said, what jade of inheritance? The heaven-shaking pavilion is too overbearing. Aren't you afraid of being attacked by everyone? The sallow-faced old man laughed. Do you think we'll snatch an ordinary item? Moreover, if we're attacked by everyone, who's going to be the vanguard? Predicting good or bad luck was their fundamental ability. Not everyone's fortuitous encounters would be snatched, or they would become the target of everyone and be attacked by everyone. They could not snatch the jade of inheritance from the heaven-shaking pavilion. Even if Chu was skilled in martial arts and was a disciple of the Raymaster Hall, they would not hesitate to snatch it. It was not that the sex had never joined forces against the heaven-shaking pavilion before, but they had predicted it in advance and blocked it before it could explode. Before they could form an alliance, they were destroyed by them. Therefore, other than the heaven-shaking pavilion, they were not afraid of anyone else. Chu nodded. All right, if I say that I don't have the jade of inheritance, you won't give up, right? We've already predicted it. The sallow-faced old man sighed. The Flying Star Sex inheritance is with you. There's no point in denying it. It's better for you to hand it over. Moreover, it's useless even if you have the Flying Star Sex inheritance. You won't be able to cultivate it. Chu said, I don't have any inheritance. You must have made a mistake. If he admitted that he had the inheritance, they could forcefully snatch it. However, if he did not admit that he had the inheritance, they would create something out of nothing and forcefully snatch it. If he took care of this group of people, or even beat the heaven-shaking pavilion up, it would be more satisfying for everyone, and he would gain a higher reputation. Now, he realized where he was at a disadvantage. Under the suppression of the 9 divisions and the other sects, his reputation was far from his strength. It was not convenient for him to do things, and he had a lot of trouble in his life. If his reputation was high enough, the heaven-shaking pavilion would have some reservations this time and would not be so unscrupulous. We've always been polite before resorting to force. We won't say much if you snatch Nangong Jing and Jin Shurong. It's your ability to snatch their treasures, the sallow-faced old man said. What do you want? We'll see if we can trade it. Chu shook his head. I want a lot. Tell me about it. The universe jade? Chu said. The sallow-faced old man said, impossible. Chu frowned. If that's the case, it's impossible to trade it. I can only snatch it. The universe jade is a treasure unique to the heaven-shaking pavilion. It's extremely precious. Each piece is related to the world's situation. The sallow-faced old man said. A piece of universe jade could predict a fortuitous encounter and a major event. It was more than just an inheritance. More importantly, they had already used a piece of Chinquin jade. It was the only piece of Chinquin jade that the 6 of them had. They could no longer take out another 2 pieces of Chinquin jade in exchange for an inheritance, unless it was the martial arts inheritance of the Great Sky Peak. They had predicted that the Flying Star Sex inheritance would be powerful, but if it was that powerful, it would not be extinct. Therefore, between 2 universe jades and an inheritance, they chose to snatch it. Chu shook his head. Let's do it then. Don't blame me for being merciless. Since you're so insensible, we'll have to use force, the sallow-faced old man said. Before he finished speaking, the 6 divine fortune fingers had already arrived. They were silent, traceless, and without warning. Chu had been watching with the omniscient mirror. He moved and used the flying star finger. TSS. The flying star finger hit the sallow-faced old man at lightning speed. Two light shields lit up around the sallow-faced old man. Bang! Bang! Two muffled sounds were almost one. The flying star finger penetrated the light shield without any resistance and landed on the sallow-faced old man. Chapter 22:16. Chi. The flying star finger pierced through the elder's chest, and a bloody hole was clearly visible. The elder felt all the energy in his body rushing out his chest. In the blink of an eye, his inner energy and strength disappeared without a trace. His body was empty and weak like a person who had been ill for a long time. He wanted to dodge the second finger, but could not. Chi. The second flying star finger shot through his chest and pierced through him again. The sallow-faced elder could not stand anymore and fell to the ground. Chu Li's figure was graceful as he dodged the 5 elders' wild attacks. They were furious as they watched their senior brother get hurt by the finger force right under their noses. They were too incompetent. Chu Li's body movement technique was too brilliant. No matter how high their cultivation level was, they could not touch him. Their profound martial arts were useless. Chu Li was very impressed by the flying star finger. He did not expect it to be so strong and domineering. It had a miraculous effect on breaking through protective energy. It was better than any antique study. Moreover, it was faster than the heavenly predictive finger. Since he had cultivated the flying star technique to this level, even if he could not open up 9C of Chi, the flying star finger alone was a great achievement. Chi, 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 Chi. Bang, 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 bang. The force of the flying star finger broke through the layers of protective aura. Even though they had treasures on them, and layers of protective aura appeared one after another, under the incredible speed of the flying star finger, many layers of protective aura could not be deployed in time. Another 3 elders in green fell. Only 2 elders were left trying to hold on. It seemed like they were not attacking Chu Li, but were being chased by him. Run! The sallow-faced elder shouted as he held onto a pine tree. Senior brother Zhou, you guys go first. One of the elders with a long face said. The sallow-faced elder shook his head and sighed. We can't. He wanted to use the void diversion to leave immediately so that he would not drag his fellow disciples down. Even if he was severely injured, he had treasures with him. He could leave as long as he crushed them. Unfortunately, he could not crush a jade pendant. His whole body was weak, and he could not exert any strength. He was trembling as he held onto the tree. It was extremely strenuous. No matter how powerful a treasure was, it was useless if it could not be activated. I'll hold him off. You take senior brother Zhou and leave first. The long-faced elder said in a deep voice. Another square-faced, righteous-looking old man nodded. Chu Li shook his head and chuckled. If you knew this would happen, you wouldn't have done it in the first place. If we had known this would happen, we would have brought more people with us. The square-faced elder said coldly. Chu Li, don't be so smug. Our heaven's taunting tower is not to be trifled with. Just wait for your death. Then I'll drag all of you down with me before I die. Chu Li scoffed. He stretched out his left hand and tapped lightly. Chi-chi. 2 soft whistling sounds rang out at the same time. His left hand and right hand shot out a finger each. The expressions of the 2 old men changed drastically. They did not expect Chu Li to be able to use both of his fingers, but he had been holding back all this while. Now that he had suddenly used it, they had no way of dodging, so they could only take the hit. Let's go. The sallow-faced old man shouted. If they didn't leave now, they wouldn't have another chance. Once they were hit by the finger force, they wouldn't be able to activate their escaped treasures. The 2 old men hurriedly took out treasures from their bosoms. Chi-chi. With 2 soft whistling sounds, the 2 old men were hit by the finger force again. Their bodies fell limply to the ground. In the end, they still couldn't activate their treasures. 2 jade pendants fell into the bushes at the side. Chu Li chuckled and came to the side of the 6 old men. He shook his head and said, as the saying goes, those who kill will be killed. Robbing is the same. You didn't think that there would be a day when you would be robbed, right? As Chu Li spoke, he quickly took out their treasures and put them aside. Then, he took out a bottle of spirit pills from one of the old men's bosoms. He poured out 6 pills and stuffed them into the 6 old men's mouths. All of the old men had 2 bloody holes in their chests, and the positions of the holes were exactly the same. When the old men saw the injuries of their fellow sect members, they were shocked. They were even more wary of Chu Li's finger force. Chu Li sat down and smiled at the sallow-faced old man. He pointed at the few jade pendants beside him and said, "Tell me about the treasures in here." The sallow-faced old man shook his head and said coldly, "Chu Li, it's a pity. There aren't any good treasures in here." "Then tell me about them." Chu Li said, "If you're willing to bet, you must be willing to admit defeat. You people from the Heaven's Shaking Tower should still have this bit of spirit. Just like Nangong Jing and Jin Shirong back then, right?" The sallow-faced old man took a deep breath and scoffed. "All right, if you're willing to bet, you must admit defeat. There's no harm in telling us. These 3 pieces are protective items that can activate the vigor energy to protect one's body. As for the other 3 pieces, one is a healing item, one is used to injure the enemy, and the last one is used to shift the void." Chu Li took out a slightly dull, sword-shaped jade pendant and said with a smile, "How can this be used to injure the enemy?" "It contains a ray of sword energy." The sallow-faced old man said calmly, "It can injure people without them noticing. It can be used at a crucial moment, and it can be used to turn the tables." Chu Li nodded. A strike at a crucial moment can indeed turn the tables. The sallow-faced old man said, "Chu Li, you won't kill us, right?" He was not certain that Chu Li would not kill them. Now that he had injured them but did not kill them, it could be because he wanted to know the use of these treasures. He wanted to use himself to test whether Chu Li was like that. Chu Li said, "There's no need to kill you. If you want to recover, it'll take at least a year or so. By then, the Heaven's Shaking Tower won't provoke me anymore." "You talk big." The sallow-faced old man secretly sighed and said in a deep voice, "Who do you think you are? Do you really think you can win against the Heaven's Shaking Tower?" Chu Li smiled and said, "That's not necessarily true. When you hear my voice, you must quickly run away. Then I'll wait and see." The sallow-faced old man scoffed. He believed Chu Li's words because Chu Li did not kill Nangong Jing and Jin Shirong back then. It was not impossible that he would not kill them now. Chu Li placed the jade pendants in his bosom and looked at the other old man. That old man quickly explained the functions of the 4 jade pendants beside him. Chu Li took away the 6 old men's treasures one by one. Most of them were jade pendants, some were spirit pills, and even a jade Buddha. Each of them had their own functions, but to Chu Li, they were not that useful. If it was the protection shield, he had enough to deal with it. He had the mystic tortoise shield, the supreme indestructible body of the Vajra, and the star power protection, so it was enough to deal with it. However, he could give them to Shao Qi, Sun Mingyue, Lu Yurong, and the others. If not, he would destroy them directly to save space. The items used to hurt the enemy piqued his interest. They were extremely powerful, otherwise they would not have been interested in them. Especially when they were killed by the silencing ray last time, he was very wary of such treasures and valued them more. After keeping all the treasures, their injuries were stabilized and they would not die. Chu Li looked at them with a smile. "It's been such a long time, but you still haven't secretly asked for reinforcements?" The sallow-faced old man said in a deep voice, "Even if they came, they wouldn't be a match for us." Chu Li chuckled and said, "You're smart. What a pity." The sallow-faced old man's expression was calm, but his heart was filled with resentment. He knew that Chu Li felt it was a pity that he could not snatch any more treasures. It had always been the Heaven's Shaking Tower snatching others' treasures, but this was the first time someone else snatched the Heaven's Shaking Tower's treasures. They had become a disgrace to the Heaven's Shaking Tower. Chapter 22:17. Chu Li decided to go to the foreign battleground for 2 reasons. One was to look for Shao Qi and Sun Mingyue, and 2 was to test the power of the 9 swords united as one. He wanted to see if he could take on great responsibilities and kill Song Wuji with the 9 swords united as one. As for the remaining 2 levels of the Flying Star technique, he was not in a hurry to cultivate them. He did not want to cultivate them unless he had no other choice. It was too dangerous. Even though he had survived the perishable ray and died once, he guessed that the life and death scripture could preserve his soul and resurrect him. However, he was not sure if he was right. What if the star energy entered his soul and he died again? What if he could not recover? He had to be cautious when it came to his soul. He wanted to go to the Taihao Peaks Sutra Library. He might find some information about the Flying Star sect, which would help his cultivation. More importantly, after cultivating the Flying Star technique, his Heaven Star Insight technique had improved. His senses were sharper and his predictions were more accurate. The Heaven Star Insight technique warned him not to cultivate the 8th and 9th levels of the Flying Star technique. He chose to believe in the Heaven Star Insight technique, so he did not want to cultivate it. Now that he had the Flying Star Finger and the 9 swords united as one, it was enough to protect him. If it was still not enough, he could consider the last 2 levels. You want to go to the foreign battleground? The sallow-faced elder, Zhou Jing, asked. Chuli nodded. I heard it's very lively there. It's a good chance to make a contribution. The Azuras are going crazy. Something big must have happened. If I were you, I wouldn't go. It'll be a dead end. Zhou Jing said. Chuli asked, I can't protect myself with my current martial arts. Your martial arts might be profound, but you're just one person. Azura likes to fight alone, but they never fight alone in the extraterritorial battlefield. Zhou Jing said in a deep voice, For the sake of your little life, it's better to stay away from the extraterritorial battlefield. In the foreign battleground, the Heaven-Shaking Tower would not plunder. This was the rule of the Heaven-Shaking Tower. All the sects knew this rule, and the Heaven-Shaking Tower would not violate it. The disciples of the Heaven-Shaking Tower who went to the foreign battleground were truly selfless. They used the Heaven-Shaking Tower to predict good or bad luck, as well as to clearly see through opportunities to deal with the Azura. That definitely could not do anything that harmed others and fattened themselves, or else it would be ruining the reputation of the Heaven-Shaking Tower. It was precisely because of this that the Heaven-Shaking Pavilion had such a great reputation among the sections. Normally, they would snatch fortuitous encounters, but their flaws did not mask their jade. Chuli smiled. Killing Azuras is the most satisfying way to kill them, so I definitely won't let them go. We'll meet again. With that, he disappeared in a flash and reappeared in the 9 pagodas. He had placed all the treasures he had obtained into the pagoda to suppress them so that they wouldn't be able to detect his whereabouts. Now that he had cultivated the Flying Star technique to this stage, it would be even more difficult for them to sense his location. Without these treasures to guide them, it would be almost impossible for them to find him. Chuli heaved a sigh of relief. Zhou Jing punched the ground angrily. Then he grimaced. Without the protection of his divine art, his hand was in pain from the small stones on the ground. Senior Brother Zhou, forget it, the square-faced elder advised. There's nothing we can do if our skills are inferior. Zhou Jing gritted his teeth. This brat, I must get back at him. Let's be careful and seal our mouths. The square-faced old man said, If the other brothers find out, won't they laugh at us? Remember to keep your mouth shut, especially young folk. Zhou Jing glared and scoffed at a round-faced elder. Drink less. If you're drunk, lie down and sleep. Don't talk nonsense. Got it, Senior Brother Zhou. The round-faced elder said bitterly. Actually, there's nothing to be ashamed of. Whoever encounters Chuli will suffer. If they want to laugh, let them. Everyone smiled. They felt much better when they thought about how their brothers and sisters were suffering. Chuli appeared in the Divine Gate and exited it. The next moment, he was about to head to the fairy's capital when a strange force appeared out of nowhere in the void, not far from him. Chuli frowned and stopped. He closed fist, saluted the spirit tiger that slowly appeared. A male and female spirit tiger stood in the void. One was tall and the other was petite. Their snow-white fur fluttered even though there was no wind. Their imposing manner was so powerful that it froze the void around them. Chu closed fists saluted. Greetings, both of you. What can I do for you? The male spirit tiger's voice rose in his mind. How's the matter of killing Song Wuji? Chu replied, I'm about to do it. About to? The male spirit tiger scoffed. I advise you to wait a little longer. Chu frowned. My cultivation level isn't enough? Far from enough. The male spirit tiger's voice echoed. Killing Song Wuji now is equivalent to suicide. Chu took a deep breath. Song Wuji's cultivation level is so high. It's beyond your imagination. The male spirit tiger scoffed. Or else, he would have died countless times. Chu nodded. If that's the case, I'll train harder. You're progressing well. Continue to work hard. The male spirit tiger said. Also, don't let the little dragon and tortoise get involved. All right. Chu nodded slowly. This time, he was thinking of going to the 100,000 Hills to see them. Even if they were in hibernation, their abilities were growing rapidly. It would be good to take a look at them. After spending so much time together, they had developed feelings for each other. At that moment, the female spirit tiger's gentle voice rang in his mind. Little fella, you're cultivating star power. It's best not to use it too much. Chu was stunned. The female spirit tiger said, the body on the second heaven is too weak. It can't handle star power. Although your body is strong, using it too much will leave behind side effects. More importantly, cultivating star power for too long will change your temperament. You'll become cold-blooded and heartless. Chu nodded thoughtfully. From the looks of it, he should not let the star power brainwash affect his soul. The male spirit tiger scoffed. You can't rush to kill Song Wuji. There's only one chance. Chu fist saluted. The two spirit tigers slowly disappeared into the void. Chu stood in the void and pondered. They suddenly appeared and warned him not to rush. It was obvious that they had been watching him. Unfortunately, he could not see any spirit beasts in the Outland realm. It was as if they had all disappeared. Since the two spirit tigers warned him like that, it must be a good idea. He still had to improve if he wanted to kill Song Wuji. However, with his current cultivation level, it was not easy to improve. He felt that he had reached his limit and it was almost impossible to improve further. He quickly cast aside his thoughts and appeared in the fairy's capital in a flash. He appeared in the imperial house. The entire imperial house was shrouded in a layer of solemnity and tension. Everyone in the imperial house walked softly and breathed softly. They were afraid of making too much noise. He also saw CEO Shur, who was in the imperial garden with a tense face. He suddenly appeared in front of CEO Shur. CEO Shur was dressed in a yellow gown that was unusually luxurious. Even though her beautiful face was tense, it was still beautiful. She looked up and saw him. She glared at him and scoffed. Little sister isn't here. Your Miss Lu isn't here either. Why are you here? Chu smiled. I just found out that you become the Empress, so I came to have a look. Congratulations. What's there to congratulate? It's not interesting at all. CEO Shur said snappily. I'd rather not be the Emperor. Chu asked what happened. This bunch of courtiers are only pretending to obey, but secretly opposing. It's so infuriating. CEO Shur scoffed. It's not like they're not doing anything. They're just slowing things down. I can't just whip them. Chapter 22:18. Chu Li's brows twitched. Then you didn't do anything to teach them a lesson? They're eager to do so. CEO Shur scoffed. Do you think I don't know what they're thinking? They're counting on me to beat them up. Then they'll resign and win their reputation. Chu Li laughed. Don't tell me you've become a tyrant. Although I'm not a tyrant, I became one after that. CEO Shur sneered. Then they'll become famous, and when they return to their hometown, they'll be treated like gods by the scholars. Chu Li said, all with the intention of gaining fame? Is there not a single minister who's loyal to the imperial court? CEO Shur scoffed. There are quite a few, but they all think that for the sake of the Ji dynasty, it's better for me to abdicate as the empress. It's a bad start, and from then on, the imperial harem won't be peaceful. Chu Li said, I don't believe that with your methods, you can't rope in someone who's really close to you. CEO Shur pursed her lips and chuckled. Her smile was so bright that it lit up the entire imperial garden. It doesn't work even if I have these confidants. Now I can't let them speak, and instead, I have to make them jump along with me. Chu Li nodded slowly. If that's the case, these ministers will jump soon? Won't last long. I'm preparing for the imperial examinations. Co Shi said. I'll send out a batch of students. A new emperor brings a new minister. Those old fellows should understand that once they have this batch of students, they'll be well-behaved, or else they'll be sent back to their hometown. Chu Li said, these old fellows are still very important. The students that come out of the imperial examinations can't be used for 10 years, and we can't suddenly promote them, or else we'll bury hidden dangers. Of course I understand. Co Shi scoffed, but it's so infuriating. We know they're up to no good, but we have to pretend we don't know. How about Azura and Heavenly Demon? Chu Li asked. Co Shi said, not here. Your goddess attraction mountain has a master who cooperates with Stargazing Pavilion. They can predict Heavenly Demon, so it's slowly calming down, and it seems like Azura hasn't appeared much. Chu Li frowned and slowly nodded. Azura was crazy in the foreign battlefield, but they rarely appeared here. Clearly, something had happened. He had to go to the foreign battlefield as soon as possible to find the source and see if he could use it. Xiao Shi asked, is Sun all right up there? Chu Li nodded. He has completed his merit and ascended to the upper heaven as a rainbow. If that's the case, he won't be able to come back. Co Shi looked melancholic. Chu Li smiled and said, he still chose to become a monk after all. By severing his ties with the secular world, your Su ends ties with the secular world. Now that you've completed your merit, you've completely severed your ties with the secular world. Don't think too much about it. You should congratulate him instead. Sigh. Xiao Shi shook her head. She knew this logic, but she had always seen him as her son. If he suddenly left like this, she would inevitably worry. Even though Su-In's abilities were great and far beyond what she could compare to, she still couldn't help but worry. Chu Li asked, do you want to ascend now? Impossible. Co Shi sighed. If I leave now, what about the House of High Dukes? Who will be the new emperor? The imperial family of the Great Ji dynasty was quite pitiful. Up until now, they could not even find a suitable person to take up the mantle. She could only wait for the next generation to grow up and carefully train an emperor before ascending. Otherwise, she would be letting down the Great Ji dynasty and the High Duke's public house. Chu Li nodded slowly. How's little sister up there? Co Shi asked. Chu Li smiled and told her about it. Co Shi nodded lightly and sighed. Little sister's bitterness has finally come to an end. She can finally be with you. What about Lu Yurong? She's still in isolated cultivation. Chu Li replied. Sun Mingwei? Co Shi scoffed. She knew Chu Li's woman very well. Chu Li helplessly repeated. Co Shi frowned and stared at him. God is really blind. All right, I can't be bothered to talk to you. You should take care of that disciple of yours. Chu Li asked. Shiji? What's wrong? He's now possessed. Co Shi scoffed. He just has to pursue the bishop of the Holy Church of Light, Sun Mingyue's disciple. Chu Li asked. Li Meng? Yes. Co Shi replied. He's always going to the Great Light Peak. Chu Li's face darkened, and he sighed. As a master, he paid little attention to his disciple, Pang Shiji. Usually, it was Co Chi and Co Shi who guided him, but they did give him plenty of pointers. It was just that they rarely guided him personally. He had already advised Pang Shiji that the relationship between a man and a woman should not be forced. Pang Shiji had promised him, but now it seemed like he had reverted to his old ways. How disappointing. Co Shi said, just scold him. Don't scold him too harshly. After all, he's still young. He's so hot-blooded that he can't control himself. Chu Li coldly said, he's getting bolder now that I'm not around. Even if you're here, it's useless to be afraid. Co Shi shook her head. She had also scolded Pang Shiji before. Pang Shiji was very respectful towards her and listened obediently. However, he would return to his original state after a while. Scolding him again would take a long time, and after a while, he would not be able to do it again. She had already lost her temper and was too lazy to continue. He suddenly disappeared on the spot and appeared in a restaurant in the next moment. The sun was setting. Pang Shurji was dressed in a white robe. He was sitting alone at a table by the window on the second floor of the restaurant. He was drinking while looking at the beautiful sunset. He looked melancholic, and a lonely aura shrouded the surroundings. There were quite a number of customers on the second floor, but they were obediently 2 or 3 tables away from him. They did not dare to disturb him. Chu Li's sudden appearance made Pang Shurji feel it, and he quickly looked up. "Master!" Pang Shurji stood up abruptly and shouted. Chu Li sat opposite him and waved his hand, gesturing for him to sit down. Pang Shurji slowly sat down. His back was far away from the back of the chair, and he only sat at the front of the chair. Chu Li scoffed. "Stop pretending. You're not that cowardly. Sit properly." Pang Shurji smiled embarrassedly. He leaned his back against the back of the chair and smiled. "Master, you're finally back. My return won't affect the overall situation." Chu Li said, "Isn't it great now? The great Ji's imperial court doesn't accept the new emperor." Pang Shurji scoffed. "Everyone is bullying her." Chu Li said, "Aren't you her backing?" "How can I be?" Pang Shurji quickly waved his hand and said, "I have the heart, but I can't. I really hate myself for not being able to be like you, master." "How long have you been cultivating?" Chu Li said, "You'll be much stronger than me in the future. Don't worry." "Yes." Pang Shurji smiled. After getting his master's affirmation, he suddenly felt confident. Chu Li said, "Is the martial arts world of the great Ji all right?" "Master's divine might is still there. He can suppress them." Pang Shurji nodded. "Moreover, there's also great master Fa Yuan. No one dares to act recklessly." Chu Li nodded in satisfaction. Pang Shurji said, "But I heard that the Holy Church of Light isn't very stable." Bishop Sun left in a hurry. Li Ming can't control the formation now. A few priests are scheming against each other and draining the strength of the Holy Church of Light. Chu Li glanced at him. "So you're going there so frequently to help her?" "Yes." Pang Shurji quickly nodded. Chu Li scoffed. "You have good intentions. Don't you have any other intentions?" "Of course, I have a little selfishness." Pang Shurji smiled embarrassedly. Chapter 22:19. Chu Li scoffed. "You and Li Ming are not compatible. The more you try to please her, the more she will hate you. It's useless." "Master, she needs support now. Even if she hates me, I can't let her be bullied." Pang Shurji said. Chu Li sighed. "What infatuated man." Pang Shurji said, "Master, I know I'm stupid and don't know how to make a woman like me. I'm not as good as you, but I believe my sincerity will move her." Chu Li glanced at him and shook his head. Feelings between a man and a woman had nothing to do with being moved. They needed to be moved, just like how he and the 3 women had feelings that were beyond reason. There was no moving, only being moved. However, everyone had a different view of men and women. Pang Shurji was handsome, skilled in martial arts, had a good background, and had Chu Li's support. Such a person could win the hearts of countless women. However, Li Ming's background was not inferior to his, and when they were together, her martial arts surpassed his. To move Li Ming's heart, one had to be far stronger than her. Pang Shurji did not do it from the beginning, so it was almost impossible for the 2 of them to be together. Pang Shurji scratched his head, envious of Chu Li. Not only was his master the best in martial arts, but his women were also rare. His master's wife was already the best woman in the world. Almost no man was worthy of her, but she fell in love with his master, who was only a public house protector. Lu Yurong was also a lady of the public house. She was very calculative, and many people were afraid of her. She also fell in love with his master. Sun Mingyue was the leader of the Holy Church of Light, and many people looked up to her. If he had 10% of his master's skills, he would not be so troubled. Chu Li saw the flash of envy in his eyes and sighed. The intellectual sword can cut off your feelings. If you can cut off your feelings for Li Ming, you can become a real man, and you can stand tall. He was just saying it. In fact, he could not cut off his feelings himself. Master, I want to, but Pang Shurji shook his head. Chu Li looked at him in pain and felt helpless. Even though he had peerless martial arts, there was nothing he could do about the love between a man and a woman. He couldn't force Li Ming to fall in love with Pang Shurji, could he? The younger generation had their own blessings, and as her master, he really couldn't care less. Everyone had their own fortune. Pang Shurji should have his own relationship, and hopefully, he would not fall. All right, suit yourself. Chu Li sighed. No matter what, the higher your cultivation level is, the higher your chances will be. Instead of wasting your time visiting her, why don't you work hard on your martial arts and surpass her so that she can look up to you? Yes. Pang Shurji nodded vigorously. After giving it some thought, Chu Li decided that he would have to rely on himself to improve Pang Shurji's cultivation level. The soaring grass and the dragon tree fruit would not have much of an effect on him anymore. He had already improved what he needed to improve, and he had already laid an extremely solid foundation. It was true that Pang Shurji's aptitude was not as good as Chu Li's, so there were some divine powers that could not be passed down, such as the life and death scripture and the omniscient mirror. Chu Li could only choose those that Pang Shurji could cultivate. However, this was already enough for Pang Shurji to become a peak expert. The dragon tree fruit and the soaring grass were things that ordinary people could not even see. Even if they did, they could only eat one every 60 years, unlike Pang Shurji, who could eat as much as he wanted. Right now, his cultivation base was so thick that it was rare in the world. He just needed to slowly integrate it. Also, he wasn't a heavenly deity yet. With his potential, it was very difficult for him to surpass heavenly deities. However, with his reputation, other enlightened masters would not dare to kill Pang Shurji. This time, he even brought back a few treasures for him, which made him even more powerful. Therefore, Pang Shurji could do whatever he wanted in this world. However, he was trapped by Li Ming and could not break free from his shackles. He did not know how to enjoy his time, but instead, he had to suffer the pain of being trapped by love. Master, aren't you going to help junior sister Li? Pang Shurji asked. She's really in a difficult situation now. Chu Li replied, she's an enlightened master. Enlightened masters aren't omnipotent. Those priests have contributed greatly to the Holy Church of Light, and they're all her seniors. They didn't violate the church's rules, so I can't punish them as I please, let alone attack them. Pang Shurji shook his head and sighed. They're all sly old foxes. Junior sister Li can't defeat them. Chu Li smiled. That's how her master got here. Compared to her master, her starting point is much higher, and it's much easier for her. But junior sister Li isn't cult leader Sunday. Pang Shurji couldn't help but retort. She might not have cult master Sun's methods, and her foundation is too shallow. Cult master Sun ascended too quickly. Chu Li asked, what do you think? Master, you'll be overseeing the Great Light Peak for a while, Pang Shurji said. I'm sure those people will be obedient to you. What happens after that? Chu Li asked. I can't stay at the Great Light Peak forever. What happens after I leave? They know that Master will go there, so they have to restrain themselves, Pang Shurji said. Chu Li sighed. It's better to let her deal with it herself. Pang Shurji looked at him anxiously. Chu Li waved his hand. Forget it. I'll go see Li Ming and ask her herself. With her personality, she definitely wouldn't ask Master for help, Pang Shurji hurriedly said. Chu Li could not help but laugh. It's true that the eunuchs are more anxious than the emperor, Pang Shurji said embarrassedly. Seeing junior sister Li suffer is even worse than suffering myself. Chu Li said, I'll go and take a look first. You should return to Goddess Attraction Mountain and serve Honorable Master and the others well. Yes. Pang Shurji nodded. You're not allowed to leave the mountain for a year. Chu Li scoffed. Pang Shurji was instantly anxious. He was also worried about Li Ming. Many things could happen in a year. Chu Li glared at him. If you don't calm down and cultivate hard, do you think you can improve your martial arts in your current situation? Yes. Pang Shurji nodded helplessly. He thought about his determination to surpass Li Ming. Indeed, he needed to cultivate hard. Moreover, if he left temporarily, she might not be used to it and miss him. Chu Li said, "Let's go to Goddess Attraction Mountain now." Yes, Pang Shurji originally planned to go to the Great Light Peak to bid farewell to Li Ming. However, judging from Master's expression, he knew that he would not agree to it. Instead of saying it out loud and getting scolded, it was better to be tactful and not mention it. "Let's go," Chu Li said. Pang Shurji took out a silver ingot and tossed it on the table. Then, he followed Chu Li downstairs and disappeared from the main street. The next moment, they appeared at Goddess Attraction Mountain. Great Light Peak Divine Light Basilica. As the sun set in the west, the glaciers on Great Light Peak reflected the sunset glow and dyed the divine light basilica rose red. Li Ming was dressed in a snow-white robe. She wore a white veil that covered her face, revealing only a pair of bright eyes. She sat quietly behind the table and flipped through the dossiers. If it were not for the fact that she had a petite figure, Chu Li would have thought that Sun Mingyue had returned. "Masters Jr." Li Ming suddenly raised her head. Her bright eyes glowed as she excitedly approached Chu Li, bringing with her a faint fragrance. Chu Li smiled. "How have you been?" Li Ming pulled him to the table and invited him to sit down. She personally brewed a cup of tea and brought it over. "Quite well." Chu Li took the teacup and smiled. "I heard from Shurji that you're having a hard time. It's just a small problem. I can solve it," Li Ming said. She took off her veil and revealed her beautiful face. She smiled like a flower. "Those old men are not convinced. They've been trying to make me a mere figurehead and take away my power." Chu Li said, "Don't be soft-hearted when it's time." Chapter 2220. Chu Li asked, "Do you want me to get rid of a group of old men? Or use Zhao Dai's name?" Li Ming shook her head. "No need." Chu Li looked at her deeply. Li Ming smiled sweetly. "Masters Jr., you're underestimating me. I've secretly subdued 2 priests and made them deliberately go against me. I want to see how many people will jump out." Chu Li smiled. "You're quite like your master. You're ruthless." Li Ming scoffed. If it were Master, she would have taught them a lesson long ago. She wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. Chu Li shook his head. "I heard from your master that when she became the saint, her master went into isolated cultivation. She took charge of the Holy Church of Light on her own. The followers were not convinced. Master said that she didn't do anything. She only used her authority." Li Ming gently nodded and said, "Master once warned us not to use martial arts if we can. Only by relying on the power of the cult master can we truly maintain the sacred cult. Otherwise, if the next cult master's martial arts are not good enough, the sacred cult may very well fall apart." Chu Li smiled. "You can't be too wrong if you understand this." Mingyu continues to cultivate the Great Light Scripture in the Outland. The Great Light Scripture is mysterious and is the foundation of the Great Light surpassing state. Don't be distracted. The other martial arts can only be used as a supplement to help you understand the Great Light Scripture. "Yes." Li Ming nodded. Chu Li took out a few jade pendants and handed them to Li Ming. These contain some Buddhist heart techniques and various insights. You can take a look. It'll help you understand the Great Light Scripture. Li Ming smiled and accepted it. Chu Li pointed at 2 of the jade pendants. "These 2 are offensive treasures. Once you crush them, you can unleash an attack that surpasses the enlightened masters. It can be used to save your life." "Yes." Li Ming nodded and picked out the 2 jade pendants. Chu Li asked, "How's Azura recently?" "They've settled down." Li Ming quickly nodded. "But it's only temporary, right?" Chu Li nodded. "I'm investigating what happened. Something might have happened to Azura." He disappeared in a flash and appeared in a ravine at the foot of the Great Light Peak. 4 middle-aged men were fishing by a pool in the ravine. They looked relaxed and calm. With a flick of Chu Li's sleeve, the 4 middle-aged men fell to the ground without a sound. Their acupuncture points were sealed. The next moment, Chu Li pulled the 2 of them and appeared in the Divine Light Basilica. Li Ming looked at the 2 middle-aged men in surprise. She frowned and asked, "Azura?" The Great Light Scripture that she cultivated was exceptionally sensitive to Azuras. Although these 2 middle-aged men did not seem like other Azuras, She could sense them the moment they approached and knew that they were Azuras. "It's a great Azura," Chuli replied. "He's currently in a ravine beneath the Great Light Peak. These people just won't give up and want to destroy the Holy Church of Light." Li Meng scoffed. "Should we kill them?" Chuli said, "If you run into them, the most important thing is to be careful not to commit suicide. But you have to ask them what exactly happened." Li Meng nodded. Chuli slapped a middle-aged man awake. As the man slowly opened his eyes, Chuli asked, "What happened in the Azura boundary?" "Who are you?" the middle-aged man asked in a hoarse voice. "Chuli." "Impossible. Chuli is in the Grandmaster's boundary. Of course I can come down. Tell me, what exactly happened that made you Azuras so crazy?" Chuli said calmly. "Don't tell me you don't know. As a great Azura, you should at least know." "It's nothing." The middle-aged man shook his head. Chuli could now see through the great Azura's mind. He frowned and suddenly slammed his palm down. Bang! The red mist flickered, and an Azura's heart appeared before disappearing. It was as if the middle-aged man had never appeared and everything was just an illusion. "Masters Jr., what exactly happened?" Li Meng could tell that Chuli already knew the outcome. Chuli frowned and sighed. "The Azura deity king is dead. The new deity king hasn't been elected yet." "Azura deity king?" Li Meng frowned. "Is it the same as the divine church of Azura at Moonfall Peak?" "It's different." Chuli shook his head. "Although Azuras like to fight alone, they are very obedient and have a strict hierarchy. They have never disobeyed the Azura deity king, so they can gather together. Without the Azura deity king, the Azuras can no longer form an army. They can act on their own, and no one can control them. Isn't this a good opportunity?" Li Meng said. "We can take this opportunity to kill the Azuras and weaken their strength. Although Azuras were immortal, it would take some time for them to recover their strength. Moreover, it was not something that could be recovered in a short period of time. As long as they kept killing Azuras, they could weaken the Azura boundary strength. Even if they could not eliminate them, they would no longer be a threat." Chuli said, "The Azura deity king's emergence should be based on military merits and cultivation level. That's why these Azuras and great Azuras crazily rushed to the extraterritorial battlefield to accumulate merits and become deity kings." Li Meng knew about the extraterritorial battlefield. She frowned. "Is that why they don't care about this place and are busy dealing with the Celestials?" "That's right." Chuli nodded. "They wanted to kill the Celestials and gain merits. This was also an opportunity for the Celestials. Azuras usually fought alone. They were the easiest to deal with, but also the most dangerous. This was because great Azuras who usually did not come out would also come out to kill the Celestials and gain merits. In particular, the Celestials with profound cultivation levels were the targets of these great Azuras." He patted another middle-aged man and calmly asked, "Why do you want to rely on the Azuras?" "What?" The middle-aged man was stunned. His expression changed. "I don't understand." Chuli said, "You don't have to pretend. Who are you?" He turned to look at Li Meng. Li Meng frowned and sized him up. "Song Chaohui." She remembered the names of all the disciples of the Holy Church of Light. As she cultivated, she gradually gained a photographic memory. The middle-aged man's expression turned serious. "Yes, I am." When he saw Li Meng, he immediately stood up to greet her. Not only did he not feel honored that the bishop remembered his name, but he was also frightened. Li Meng waved her hand and looked at Chuli. Chuli said, "Song Chaohui, why did you rely on the Azuras?" "I'm innocent," Song Chaohui shouted. Chuli said, "Looks like you're not going to tell me. Who else besides you?" "I'm really innocent." Song Chaohui quickly said, "I didn't rely on the Azuras." "How could I do that?" Chuli sighed. "I heard that after cultivating the Azura power technique, one can transform into an Azura and become immortal." "Is that true? There's such a thing?" Song Chaohui was shocked. Chuli said, "To tell you the truth, it's a lie. Cultivating the Azura power technique doesn't make one human. If that's the case, the Azuras would have dominated the world long ago. Why would they need to fight? They could just pass the Azura power technique to the world, and everyone would become Azuras. Song Chaohui quickly nodded. Chapter 22-21. Li Ming's expression darkened as she stared coldly at Song Chaohui. Song Chaohui panicked and quickly said, "Bishop, I'm really innocent." "What do you mean innocent? Tell me." Li Ming said. "Bishop, I didn't surrender to Azura." Song Chaohui quickly said, "I was only captured by them and forced to bring them into Great Light Peak. I've been delaying my actions." "Why do they want to enter Great Light Peak? You should know, right?" Li Ming asked. "They seem to want to talk to you, Bishop." Song Chaohui nodded. "I don't think they're plotting anything. They might really have something to talk to you about, but they wouldn't dare to bring them in without your permission. They were looking for an opportunity to send a letter and were leading them in circles when—" He glanced at Chu Li and felt a chill run down his spine. Before he could see what was going on, his vision turned black and his acupuncture point was sealed. When he opened his eyes again, he was already here. This guy's martial arts was beyond imagination and shocking. "You should have sent a message long ago if you wanted to," Li Ming said. "Don't tell me they're smart enough to know how to guard against you." "I didn't want to mess things up, so I didn't act rashly," Song Chaohui said. "It's better to be safe and find a chance to escape to the mountain." What else?" Li Ming said. "What else is there to say? Say it all in one go. May I know who this young master is?" Song Chaohui looked at Chu Li. Li Ming said, "This is my master's junior, Head Chief Chu." Song Chaohui quickly said. Li Ming scoffed. "At least he's not that stupid." Chu Li smiled. "He's not stupid. He's just too smart and greedy. He wants to be immortal and indestructible. You're a grandmaster too. You should know that you can ascend to the grandmaster's boundary after death." Yes. Song Chaohui smiled. "Of course I know that we can enter Great Light surpassing state after death." Chu Li said, "I might as well tell you that Sun Mingyue is the future Great Light surpassing state. It's independent in the Grandmaster's boundary and has great influence. It's not inferior to the Holy Church of Light." You're being silly. Head Chief Chu, I'm really innocent." Song Chaohui said sincerely. "I believe that Head Chief Chu is very perceptive and will definitely be able to find out the truth." Chu Li nodded. "I know. You have indeed sought refuge with Azura, because your Azura power technique's boundary is not low." Li Ming was surprised and frowned slightly. If she had cultivated the Azura power technique, she should have sensed it. However, she did not, so she was still a little skeptical. Even if Chu Li's judgment was not wrong, she still had some doubts. Chu Li said, "Logically speaking, the martial arts of the Holy Church of Light and the Azura power technique cannot coexist, but you're an exception. You're considered a genius with extraordinary talents, but it's a pity that you didn't use it on the right path." Song Chaohui panicked even more. He felt that Chu Li's calm gaze seemed to be able to see through his internal organs. Even his inner thoughts were clearly seen through. At first, he thought that he could cultivate the Azura power technique without anyone noticing, but he never expected Chu Li to see through it with just a glance. No matter how shrewd he was, he could not help but be shaken. Chu Li sighed. "Now, there's a way out. You can take it." "What way?" Song Chaohui quickly asked. Chu Li looked at Li Ming. Li Ming frowned. "Master's junior, you wanted to be a spy?" Chu Li slowly nodded. "It's rare for someone to be bribed by Azura. Azura has very high standards. They don't really care about ordinary people. It's obvious that Azura can see through his aptitude. Can he succeed?" Li Ming frowned. Chu Li said, "I have to try." "All right, I'll listen to Master's junior." Li Ming nodded lightly and looked at Song Chaohui. "According to the law, you should be beheaded and die without a doubt. However, this time, I'll allow you to carry out your crimes and perform meritorious deeds. Do you agree?" "Yes." Song Chaohui nodded vigorously. "Thank you, Bishop." "Thank you, Head Chief Chu." He feared and hated Chu Li. If Chu Li had not appeared, he would not have been able to see through his background. However, if it was not for him, he would have died once he was discovered. Now, there was only one way out. Chu Li said, You can tell them what Azura is trying to find out, but you have to tell the Holy Church of Light about these things. If there's a chance to go to the Azura realm, it'll be for the best. It'll be a great merit, and you might even be able to become a priest. This, Song Chaohui hesitated. He felt that he was in a difficult position. If he were to leak information about the Holy Church of Light, the consequences would be unpredictable. If it really caused a great disaster, they would still come to him for revenge. Even if they did not say it openly, they would still come to him secretly. Li Meng saw through his worries and scoffed. All right, just do as Masters Jr. says. I won't blame you if anything happens. Song Chaohui quickly nodded. Yes, Chu Li said, the most important thing is still the Azura realm. If you can enter it, your merit will be amazing. Also, you have to remember some of the news that Azura casually spills and pass it to me. Who knows? One of them might be a great merit. Yes, Song Chaohui nodded. Chu Li said, as for the Azura power technique, you don't have to worry about it. If it's not perfected, it'll be useless. Also, as long as you master the heart technique of the Holy Church of Light, you'll be able to expel the Azura power technique. Song Chaohui finally sighed in relief. He was worried that if he continued to cultivate the Azura power technique, he would go further and further. Even if he made a great merit, he would not be accepted by the Holy Church of Light again. He would become a true anomaly and a traitor in everyone's eyes. Chu Li waved his hand. Go. Li Meng scoffed. They'll still look for you. Tell me the truth. Don't act smart. Azura is smarter than you think. Yes, Bishop. Song Chaohui gave a fist salute and slowly left. Chu Li stared at his silhouette, deep in thought. Li Meng asked, Masters Jr., will it really work? It depends on his performance. Chu Li said, if Song Chaohui had other ideas and completely joined the Azura realm, that would be the best. He could just kill Song Chaohui and disguise himself as him to enter the Azura realm to gather information. It would save him the trouble. If Song Chaohui did not join the Azura realm, he could also bring news to the Holy Church of Light and understand the Azura realm better. His understanding of the Azura realm was very shallow now, so he needed more information. It seemed like the Azura disaster in the lower realm had been resolved, but who knew if the next Azura deity king would continue to kill people in the lower realm to accumulate inauspicious energy to improve the Azura power technique. The birth of an Azura deity king required a lot of merit, so it was easy to imagine that after this, the Azura realm's strength would be greatly reduced. If they wanted to improve quickly, they would need enough inauspicious energy to improve the Azura power technique. In that case, the lower realm would become the best place for Azura to cultivate. When he thought about this, his expression became serious. Masters Jr., is it bad? Li Meng asked. Chu Li sighed. It's not good. Once the Azura deity king is born, there will be another storm. You have to be prepared. Li Meng said, it's just killing Azuras. It's nothing. Chu Li shook his head. I'm afraid it'll be much stronger than before. Quickly improve the church's strength. Don't cause any more internal strife. Chapter 22:22. Chu Li said, once an Azura deity king is born, the lower realm may be safe and sound, but the biggest possibility is that more Azuras will come over. The Holy Church of Light and the Tempest Temple will be the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Masters Jr., don't worry. We're not that easy to deal with, Li Meng said. Chu Li smiled. You're not easy to deal with, but I'm most afraid of great Azuras dealing with enlightened masters. Azuras deal with normal masters and carry out a strategy of extermination. They want to destroy the lower realm. Will the Grandmasters just watch? Li Meng asked. Chu Li said, the Grandmasters might not be able to handle it. They might have to deal with the Azuras at the same time. Of course, they want the lower realm to share the burden and reduce their pressure. Li Meng pursed her red lips. Chu Li sighed. Your master and I will work hard and strive to have a say in the Grandmasters. If that doesn't work, I'll come back to deal with the Azuras. Li Meng smiled. Masters Jr. is here. What's there to be afraid of? Chu Li smiled and shook his head. No matter how strong he was only one person. It was impossible to stop all the Azuras. It seemed like he had to work harder on his cultivation and strive to stop the Azura disaster. Or he could think of a way to make the Azura realm restless. With a thought, he looked at the main hall thoughtfully. Li Meng knew he was deep in thought. She did not disturb him. After a while, Chu Li suddenly disappeared and reappeared in the valley. He killed 2 great Azuras. With his current cultivation level, one move was enough to subdue an ordinary great Azura. There were strong and weak great Azuras. It would take some effort to meet a stronger one. However, he felt that there were not many great Azuras that could defeat him. He could run freely in the foreign battlefields. After the 2 great Azuras died, the 2 hearts of Azura flashed. Chu Li imprinted their patterns into his mind and continued to derive them with the heavenly star insight. However, he had almost given up. The heavenly star insight had been improving, but there was no progress in deriving the patterns on the hearts of Azura. It was as if he wanted to swallow the sky. He guessed that it would be useless no matter how much he improved the heavenly star insight. When Chu Li reappeared, Li Meng quickly asked, "Masters Jr., are you going back to the Grandmasters?" Chu Li nodded. "Don't you want to stay for a few days?" Li Meng said, "I still want martial uncle to teach me martial arts." Chu Li thought for a moment. "I'll stay here for a day then." Li Meng was overjoyed. Right now, there was no one who could guide her in her cultivation. Moreover, as an enlightened master, her progress would be slow as she needed to have a good comprehension ability. As long as she had a deeper understanding of the Great Light Scripture, her cultivation level would improve a little. Other than that, the usual accumulation was almost useless to an enlightened master, so there was no progress at all. Therefore, guidance on cultivation was especially important. Chu Li stayed at the Great Light Peak for a day and gave Li Meng a few words of advice so that she could advance a level. After that, he returned to the Beyond Heavenly Realm. The moment he appeared, he was prepared to receive the revenge of the Heaven-Shaking Tower. However, he did not see the disciples of the Heaven-Shaking Tower appear. He first transformed into Wu Yuanci and appeared in the city of 10,000 swords. Soon, he saw a solemn atmosphere in the city of 10,000 swords. People were hurrying to and fro, as if something important was about to happen. Chu Li scanned the area, but did not see Zhu Longying. Could it be that he had been discovered and had fled the city of 10,000 swords? He quickly found an unnamed disciple and inquired about what had happened. "Young Wu, you still don't know." This unnamed disciple, Kai Hua, had an average appearance, but his aptitude was not bad. Moreover, he was quick-witted and quick-witted. He was extremely sensitive to news and could find out anything. Chu Li shook his head. "Senior brother Kai, what happened?" The 2 of them were in a restaurant. Chu Li raised his hand and ordered 2 dishes and a jar of good wine. He was all ears. "Ahem." Kai Hua coughed softly and said solemnly, "The disciples in the city are very excited now. They're going to the foreign battlefield." Chu Li frowned. "Isn't it not time yet?" Other than the 9 divisions, the other sects could not go to the foreign battlefield as they pleased. It was not yet time for sects other than the 9 divisions to go to the foreign battlefield. Why did they suddenly break the rules? He thought about the Azura's abnormal behavior. It seemed that the Elders Guild of Beyond Heaven knew what was going on and wanted to take the opportunity to weaken the Azura. That said, opening up the Outworld battleground to the sect disciples would give Azuras more opportunities to practice and kill more Devis, which would make their Azura power art even stronger. That way, the weaker Azuras would be wiped out, and the stronger ones would grow even stronger. It was hard to say if this was the right or wrong way to do it. Chu Li asked, "So all the official disciples in the inner city have to go?" "Of course." Kai Hua nodded. Looking at the dishes that the waiter served, he quickly opened a jar of wine and filled 2 silver cups. He drank the silver cups and exclaimed, "Good wine." Chu Li also finished his drink in 1 gulp. He raised the jar and filled 2 silver cups. "Isn't this too risky?" "Fortune comes from danger." Kai Hua laughed. "Young Wu, if you don't have the courage, why do you practice martial arts?" Chu Li frowned. "The foreign battlefield is full of Azura and heavenly demons. It's not a joke. The merit of killing Azura is great. As long as you can survive, you can make a name for yourself, Kaihua said. If I'm an official disciple, I won't give up this opportunity either. Sharpening oneself in a life or death situation, one's cultivation level will improve faster. It's even possible for one to become a superior person. Chu Li sighed and shook his head. I don't have the courage to do that. Then you can only swallow your anger obediently. Kaihua shook his head disapprovingly. As martial arts practitioners, don't we seek to be proud? Living like a coward is a waste. Chu Li nodded and did not refute. Everyone had their own way of living. Kaihua's way of living was in line with most people's thoughts. That was why people in the martial arts world would draw their swords at each other if they did not agree. There were many cases where they would fight to the death. Bystanders would find it strange and boring. Young Wu, we don't have the chance to enter the foreign battlefield. Just endure for 10 years. Kaihua shook his head and sighed. He drank even more, obviously depressed. Chu Li persuaded him to drink 2 more glasses and then left. He first went to the city of 10,000 Swords inner city to apply for a leave, saying that his injuries had relapsed and he needed a rest for a month before returning to Drizzle City. As soon as he entered his courtyard in Drizzle City, when he came over, he was still dressed in green, looking elegant and upright. He pushed the door open and fist saluted. Brother Chu, let's go. Lady Xiao wants to see you. Chu Li nodded and followed him outside. Soon, they arrived at Xue Liyu's residence and entered the backyard. Xue Liyu was holding onto the railing and standing in the gazebo on the lake, overlooking the fish in the lake. A gust of wind blew, gently ruffling her yellow robe. Chu Li went forward and fist saluted. Lady Xiao. Xue Liyu turned her head and looked at him, her slender eyes shining. Chu Li, I'm going to the foreign battlefield. Chu Li nodded. It was not surprising that she would go to the foreign battlefield at this time. I'm bringing a few people, Xue Liyu said. Come with me. All right. Chu Li agreed without hesitation. Then we'll depart tomorrow, Xue Liyu said. You and Elder Sun Huaiyu and Elder Xiaolin Xin. Chapter 22-23. He did not know much about Sun Huaiyu and Xiaolin Xin. He glanced at Wan Yi said, Elder Sun and Elder Xia are the Temple Master's trusted aides. They fought alongside the Temple Master when they were young and have always been Lady's secret protectors. They must go to the foreign battlefields this time. Chu Li nodded. Xue Liyu said, Chu Li, your cultivation level is improving. The foreign battlefields will be very dangerous this time. I'll leave everything to you. Lady, you don't have to be so polite. Chu Li shook his head and smiled. Xue Liyu knew that Chu Li was different from before. When she tried to rope him in, he was just a master who had just made a name for himself. Although his cultivation level was high, it was not at the level where he could dominate the peaks. Now, Chu Li was qualified to look down on the world. Although he was not invincible, he was already one of the top masters. Such a person could not be ordered around. He needed to be discussed and respected. Xue Liyu smiled sweetly. This time, I'm going there to make a contribution. I need to kill enough Azuras to suppress the contributions of the people in the temple. It's difficult, but with you, Chu Li, it's not impossible. Chu Li smiled. Lady, you think too highly of me. Although I'm experienced in killing Azuras, they've gone crazy and are desperate. It's easy for them to self-destruct. I'll be careful. Xue Liyu nodded. Chu Li then excused himself and returned to the Wheel Pagoda to carry the sword case with the 9 treasure swords. Early the next morning, he came to Xue Liyu's mansion and saw 2 old men standing in front of Xue Liyu. One of them was tall and strong, with a face full of white beard. He looked weather-beaten, as if he had been wandering in a harsh environment. The other was a handsome middle-aged man. His figure was thin and tall, but his eyes were bright like lightning, causing others to not dare underestimate him. Chu Li, you came at the right time. Xue Liyu was dressed in a white gown. She waved at him with her slender eyes and a faint smile. Chu Li stepped forward and bowed. Xue Liyu smiled and introduced the 2 elders to Chu Li. The burly one was Sun Huayu, and the slender middle-aged man was Xie Donglin. The two elders sized him up and then looked at Shui Liu, who was smiling brightly, and nodded slowly. When he smiled and said, "Young miss, we can depart now." "Let's go." Shui Liu said, "Elder son, Elder Xie, let's go directly to the extraterritorial battlefield. It should be very lively there." Sun Huayu said, "Miss, do you have any elixirs on you?" "Don't worry, Elder Sunday," Shui Liu smiled. Sun Huayu shook his head. "How many did you bring?" 3 bottles, Shui Liu said. Sun Huayu shook his head hard and said, "Not enough, not enough. Old son, aren't 3 bottles enough?" Shui Liu smiled and said, "Are we going to be seriously injured? We're definitely going to get hurt." Sun Huayu said bluntly, "Not getting injured in the foreign battlefields is simply a joke. It's like blowing smoke, it's impossible." Xie Donglin said, "We're going to be injured more or less. Asuras are difficult to deal with. They'll suddenly self-destruct, and we can't avoid them even if we want to. Injuries in the foreign battlefields are very fatal. Asuras will chase us like wolves chasing sheep. No matter how good your light body technique is, they'll catch up to you unless you don't sleep or rest." Sun Huayu scoffed. "Asuras are very sensitive to blood and energy. They'll definitely find you injured." "All right, I'll bring 3 more bottles then," Shui Liu said. 6 bottles each. Sun Huayu said, "If you have more, bring them all. You won't think it's too much." "All right, I'll bring all the elixirs then." Shui Liu nodded. She turned around and quickly came back with a purple box the size of a jewelry box. She gently placed it on the stone table in the courtyard and opened the purple box. Inside were jade bottles of warm white jade that were exquisite and extraordinary. There were a total of 20 bottles, and Shui Liu took them out. "Wenyi, come here." Wenyi stepped forward and quickly stuffed 10 bottles into his hands. He then asked Chu Li to go over and stuff 10 bottles into his hands as well. He smiled. "That's all I have. We'll make do then." Sun Huayu nodded helplessly. Chu Li did not refuse and calmly put them in his arms. 10 bottles were quite a lot to carry. Fortunately, these jade bottles were not big, so it was not a big deal. "Let's go," Sun Huayu said. "Chu Li, what's on your back?" "A weapon," Chu Li said. "A sword?" Sun Huayu looked at it. Chu Li smiled and nodded. Sun Huayu knew that weapons were private matters, and it was not appropriate to ask too much. Although she was very curious, she did not ask too much. Xie Donglin was a man of few words, completely different from Sun Huayu. The group set off and teleported to Sleeping Dragon City. Sleeping Dragon City was very lively. It was completely different from the last time Chu Li was here. It was like a different place. The streets were bustling with not only martial arts masters, but also ordinary merchants. The 5 did not stay in Sleeping Dragon City and quickly left the city and entered Sleeping Dragon Mountains. As soon as they stepped into Sleeping Dragon Mountains, Chu Li's omniscient mirror noticed a few groups of martial arts masters. They were all in groups, and there were people from various sections. They all looked tense and cautious. Chu Li nodded to himself. It was not wrong for these people to be so cautious. The void of the extraterrestrial battlefield was locked and could not be shifted. Once they encountered an opponent, they could either escape with their light body technique or fight to the death. Therefore, every time they encountered an enemy, it was a fight to the death. Looks like it's very lively here. We need to go deeper. The group used their light body technique to head south and encountered 2 groups of people. Sun Huayu was displeased. "They're all crowded here. The Asuras are not stupid. Why would they come here? If they can come here, they must be top-notch masters," Wenyi said. Sun Huayu nodded in satisfaction. "That's right. Little one, be careful. If you encounter a Grand Asura, we might not be able to take care of you. Be careful and stay alive. Don't be greedy and kill an Asura." He glanced at Chu Li. Chu Li did not say a word. Although he was smiling, he seemed out of place just like Xie Donglin. Because Chu Li was wearing an Earth Demon Stone, his powerful aura could not be detected. This made him seem even more mysterious. Sun Huayu and Xie Donglin were experienced old men. They knew that one should not judge a book by its cover. The more top-notch a master was, the stranger's temper would be. Therefore, they did not mind Chu Li's silence. They used their light body technique and headed south. In a day, they had traveled thousands of miles. In the evening, they sat beside a forest and started a bonfire. When he wanted to hunt some wild animals, but was stopped by Sun Huayu. He wanted to hunt the animals himself. When he smiled, "Elder son, won't I become a decoration? I can still do such a small thing." "Then let Chu Li go with you," Sun Huayu said. He looked at Chu Li. Chu Li nodded. "Let's go together." When he walked deeper into the forest with Chu Li, he smiled. "Elder son, you're too cautious." Chu Li said, "There's nothing wrong with being cautious. Brother one, don't be careless." "All right." When he nodded helplessly, Chu Li suddenly frowned and looked to his left. When he saw his gaze, he thought that a wild animal had appeared. He wanted to rush over, but was stopped by Chu Li. "It's an Azura." Chapter 22-24. With his martial arts, he should be able to sense the Azuras. Chu Li glanced at the forest and shook his head. When he yelled, "Come out!" two middle-aged men slowly walked out and calmly sized up Yi and Chu Li. Chu Li did not look like he was skilled in martial arts, but Yi's aura was like a mountain, heavy and solid, oppressing them like it was solid. They laughed. In the eyes of the two great Azuras, Yi could not withstand a single blow. They would be able to defeat him in a few moves if they joined forces, but he was just baring his fangs and brandishing his claws. It was a waste of effort. He could not tell the depth of the two men's cultivation, but he felt that they were extremely powerful. It was as if an endless force was pressing down on him, and he had to use all his cultivation to resist, or else he would be out of breath. Chu Li did not move and only watched from the side. When he scoffed, "What are you trying to do?" "Huh?" The two middle-aged men shook their heads and laughed. "We didn't want to bother with you two little bugs, but you're courting death, so we can only fulfill your wish. If that's the case, come at me." When he scoffed, as soon as he finished speaking, Shueliu, Sun Huayu, and Xiet Donglin fluttered over. "Great Azuras." Sun Huayu's expression darkened. "How lucky." Xiet Donglin frowned as he glanced at the two middle-aged men. He and Sun Huayu were protecting Shueliu from both sides. They could sense that these two great Azuras had powerful cultivation levels and were formidable opponents. They felt that they were unlucky to have encountered such powerful great Azuras so easily. These great Azuras were rarely seen. Xiet Donglin said, "Little one, step back." "Yes." When he stared at the two great Azuras and slowly retreated to Sun Huayu and Xiet Donglin's side. The two elders stepped forward and stared at the two great Azuras, adopting a defensive stance. If there was only one great Azura, it would be possible, but it was hard to say if there were two great Azuras. The two of them might not be able to defeat them, and there was still Chu Li and Shueliu. Although Shueliu's martial arts was strong, she could not help much. These two great Azura's cultivation levels were too high, and they were from the older generation. Chu Li was unfathomable, and she could not tell whether his cultivation level was high or low. Chu Li was not famous enough. Many people knew of his existence, but they did not think much of it. After all, he was just an enlightened master who had rushed up from the lower realm and did not have any famous battles. Even if he had comprehended the heavenly scroll of indifference, it would not be a big deal. It only meant that he had a high level of comprehension and good luck. In the end, he did not become a disciple of Tai Hao Peak. The two middle-aged men shook their heads and smiled. "Since you've delivered yourselves to us, you can't blame us. Let's do it." The two of them pounced forward as fast as lightning. Bang, 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 bang. Continuous muffled sounds came from the four people's fists and palms. The four of them fought back and forth, unable to determine the victor for the time being. Shueliu let out a sigh of relief and turned to look at Chu Li. "I didn't expect to encounter such a powerful great Azura." Chu Li said, "My lady, I don't have to do anything for now. I don't want to anger the two elders." "All right." Shueliu originally wanted Chu Li to make a move as soon as possible so that the two elders would not be exhausted. What if they encountered another great Azura? However, since Chu Li had said so, she could not force him. She could only circulate her inner energy and prepare to attack at any time. If she were to make a move herself, Chu Li would not be able to stand aside and watch, would he? Chu Li stood with his hands behind his back and quietly watched the four of them fight. Sun Huayu and Xiet Dongling's cultivation level was very high, and they were not inferior to the two great Azuras. It would take around 1,000 moves to determine the victor. It was also possible that one of them could suddenly make a move and overwhelm the other. The outcome of a battle was often decided in a moment. A slight mistake could lead to life and death. Therefore, it was difficult to determine who would win. Although cultivation level was important, it was also important to be quick-witted. "Elder Sun, Elder Xia, I'm coming," Shueluoyu shouted. Seeing that the situation was not good, she floated forward. "My lady," when he shouted, he followed closely behind and attacked one of the great Azuras with Shueluoyu. "Ha!" The great Azura sneered and waved his left palm. A cold force rushed toward the two. "My lady, young one, step back," Sun Huayu shouted. Chu Li waved his sleeve lightly, and an invisible force surged out of thin air. It shielded Shueluoyu and Wan Yi, dispelling the cold force. The great Azura narrowed his eyes and glared at them coldly. Shueluoyu and Wan Yi continued to attack fiercely. The power of their fists and palms was extraordinary. The great Azura did not dare to take them head-on and could only dodge. This took up some of his energy, and he could not focus on fighting Sun Huayu. He was very impatient and slapped his palm at Shueluoyu again. Chu Li waved his sleeve lightly again. The invisible force dispelled the palm energy again, and it dissipated before it could reach Shueluoyu. Shueluoyu's spirit was lifted, and she was full of confidence. Her palm attack became even fiercer. "Let's go." The two great Azuras looked at each other and turned to escape. After them, Shueluoyu shouted. Sun Huayu and Xiet Donglin quickly stopped her from giving chase. "Elder Sun, Elder Xia," Shueluoyu quickly said, "if they get away, there will be endless trouble. If they found another two great Azuras, the 5 of them would definitely die." It was not that they were greedy for the credit of killing them. Sun Huayu shook his head and said, "My lady, unless they have a huge grudge against us, they won't find another companion. These great Azuras are all proud and arrogant. They won't join forces unless they have no other choice, and without the Azura deity king's strict orders." He turned to look at Chu Li and said, "Thank you, young Chu." Chu Li gave a fist salute and smiled. Xie Donglin looked at him deeply, but did not say anything. When he looked at Chu Li in confusion, he had already sensed that Chu Li's cultivation level was so high that it was beyond his imagination. If he had attacked just now, the two great Azuras might not have been able to escape. Why did he just watch as the two great Azuras left safely without attacking? It did not make sense. Shueluoyu had her doubts and naturally asked. She knew that she had to be honest with Chu Li and would easily lose him if she tried to hide it. "Chu Li, why didn't you attack?" Chu Li said, "My lady, I have my difficulties." "Tell me," Shueluoyu said. "Is it hard to say?" Chu Li sighed and shook his head. Shueluoyu asked, "Then you can't attack this time?" "I won't attack if I can," Chu Li said. Sun Huayu frowned. "Young Chu, what are you afraid of?" Chu Li said, "I'm considered the Azura's public enemy now. If I attack and expose my whereabouts, they'll kill me no matter what." In fact, this was just a cover-up, but it was the only way he could say it. He could not tell the truth. "That's true," Shueluoyu said. "Many great Azuras have died in your hands. All right, you don't have to force yourself." Chu Li gave her a fist salute and thanked her for her understanding. "My lady, should we go back?" Sun Huayu said. "The foreign battleground this time is more dangerous than we thought. It's better to go back for the sake of safety." Shueluoyu smiled. "Elder Sun, since we're here, how can we go back? Our luck won't be so bad that we keep encountering such masters." "All right, let's try again." Sun Huayu thought about it and felt that Shueluoyu was right. Their luck wouldn't be so bad that they kept encountering powerful great Azuras. Chapter 22-25. Unfortunately, they were extremely unlucky. Not long after the two great Azuras left, while they were roasting a few wild animals, another 4 great Azuras appeared in front of them, sizing them up brazenly. Sun Huayu frowned and exchanged glances with Xie Donglin. These 4 great Azuras' cultivation levels were extremely profound and not inferior to theirs. They were not confident that they could win this time. Even if they won this time, it would only be a fluke. It might even be a Pyrrhic victory or even a crushing defeat. They turned to look at Shueliu and Wenyi. Shueliu and Wenyi also felt the power of these 4 great Azuras, and their expressions darkened. They did not expect that they would become a burden in the extraterrestrial battlefield. They did not even have a chance to fight. They could not hurt these great Azuras with such cultivation levels. On the contrary, if these great Azuras attacked, they might be injured or in danger of dying. Sun Huayu and Xie Donglin looked at Chu Li. Chu Li sighed and shook his head. He really did not want to fight, because once he did, it would mean that the supreme masters of the great Azuras would come for them. It would be too dangerous for Shueliu and the others. If he was not careful, he might lose his life. If there was a sect like Heaven-Shaking Pavilion in the Outland that could predict good or bad luck, there might be such existences among the Azuras. Otherwise, they would have been beaten to a pulp. With his strength, if he attacked, he might attract attention. Once he attracted attention, endless pursuit awaited him. This time, the Azuras must kill him, and he might become the Azura deity king's whetstone. No matter how powerful he was, Azuras were not afraid of death, and always had the courage to challenge and assassinate him. If they really killed him, the reward would be huge because too many great Azuras had died in his hands. Sun Huayu said impatiently, "Young Chu, at a time like this, you should attack." Chu Li nodded slowly. All right. Seeing that the 4 great Azuras had already begun to circulate their energy, he activated the celestial demon art and appeared in front of one of the great Azuras in a flash. Just as the great Azura was about to move, a strange force wrapped around his feet. This force was so pure that it disrupted his channeling. While he hesitated, Chu Li's sky killer sword at his waist lightly swept past his neck, and his head fell to the ground. Bang! A cloud of red mist suddenly appeared, and within the red mist, a vague image of the heart of Azura could be seen. Then, the red mist disappeared as well, as if the great Azura had never appeared. The expressions of the other 3 great Azuras changed slightly. They rushed toward Chu Li and attacked him with their Azura's palm. With a twist of his body, Chu Li deftly escaped from the 3 men's palm energy and appeared behind another great Azura. Without waiting for him to move, Chu Li's regal sky sword slashed across his neck again and beheaded him. And so the second great Azura disappeared. Chu Li shouted, "Retreat!" All of a sudden, he appeared beside Shueliu and Wenyi and pulled them back. His body moved like a bolt of lightning as he moved at his fastest speed. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled thunder-like sounds rang out, and a red mist shrouded an area of 100 feet in radius. Chu Li, Shueliu, and Wenyi had completely escaped from the red mist. Although Sun Huayu and Xie Donglin heard Chu Li shout, they did not react in time. They hesitated for a moment before retreating, but it was too late. The 2 of them did not manage to completely escape. Although they used all their strength to escape, they were still a little short. Their bodies flew out as if they had been hit by a giant tree in the air. They crashed into 2 giant trees, which were as thick as a man's arms, and broke them. Then, they fell limply to the ground, motionless. Elder Sun, Elder Xie. Shueliu rushed over and took out 2 small jade bottles from her arms. She opened the bottles and poured the elixirs directly into their mouths. Sun Huayu and Xie Donglin's faces were pale, and they were barely breathing. Fortunately, the spirit pills were miraculous and melted in their mouths. They did not need to expend any effort to swallow, and the spirit pills had already turned into clear air that seeped into their organs and began to heal their injuries. Chu Li came forward and sighed. "Blame me for not making myself clear." Sun Huayu and Siet Donglin had not fainted, but were still in a daze. When they heard him, they shook their heads. These two are too ruthless. After Sun Huayu consumed the spirit pills, his face continued to worsen. There was a hint of green in his pale face, and his breathing was still weak. He tried to speak. "My lady, this is what Azura is like. They're ruthless to themselves, but they're even more ruthless to others. You must be very, very careful." Xie Donglin said with difficulty, "We were too careless this time. I didn't expect them to be so decisive and ruthless despite their high cultivation level. They kill themselves." He glanced at Chu Li as he spoke. At the end of the day, it was all because of Chu Li. They were also shocked by Chu Li's swordsmanship, so they could not react in time and did not escape. They were one step away from death. Chu Li frowned at them and walked forward helplessly. He knew that the energy produced by a great Azura's self-destruction was extremely strange and pure. Ordinary spirit pills would not help at all, and they would only be devoured and destroyed by them. Chu Li had suffered a lot from them in the past, but he was not afraid now. He channeled the true Supreme Vajra scripture, and the true Supreme Vajra scripture that was formed from the spiritual chi of the upper heavens became purer and purer. It slowly entered Sun Huayu and Siet Donglin's bodies, and they felt a warm aura entering their bodies to welcome the cold aura that was destroying their internal organs. The warm force was like warm water being poured into ice, and the cold force quickly melted away. After a while, the green on the two elders' faces faded, and they gradually became pale again. Then, they slowly became rosy. Chu Li's Supreme Diamond Scripture had a miraculous effect on recovery. The two could feel their bodies healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and they felt that Chu Li was even more unfathomable. After a while, Chu Li released his palms. Sun Huayu and Siet Donglin gently stood up and gave Chu Li a fist salute, not knowing what to say. Chu Li looked around and frowned. "My lady, seniors, and brother one, we'll have to split up." Sun Huayu asked, "Why do we have to split up?" Chu Li replied, "I'm guessing more great Azuras will come looking for me soon." "You've exposed your identity?" Shueluoyu asked. Chu Li nodded. "I'm afraid I've already been exposed." "That might not be the case," Shueluoyu said. "Let's not split up for now." Sun Huayu pondered for a while. "My lady, why don't we return to the town?" He had encountered two great Azuras, and he felt that something was wrong. The foreign battleground was a little strange now, and it was not suitable to stay there any longer. He had never encountered so many great Azuras before. Great Azuras were usually rare, but now they seemed to be everywhere. The two of them could handle two great Azuras, but if they encountered four, it would be difficult to take care of Shueluoyu and Wen-Yi. Shueluoyu and Wen-Yi could handle ordinary great Azuras, but it would be difficult to handle the powerful ones like the four just now. Even if they could handle them, what if the great Azuras died together? They would not be able to escape. After thinking about it, it was better to go back and not force themselves. Shueluoyu hesitated for a while before she said, "Elder son, let's go forward and see. These two groups might be the strongest." Sigh. Sun Huayu sighed helplessly. He knew that Shueluoyu wanted to make a name for herself, and this was a rare opportunity. "All right, let's go forward and see." "Chu Li, you should come with us," Sun Huayu said. Chu Li nodded. Chapter 22-26. Over the next 2 days, they did not encounter any Azuras but many Celestials. These Celestials all had high cultivation levels and were the elite disciples of various sections. Some were excited, some were disappointed, and some were sad. To be able to reach this area, they had all experienced countless battles of life and death. Those who didn't had all died in this foreign battleground. Almost every inch of the foreign battleground was soaked in the blood of Celestials and Azuras. There were no heavenly demons in this area, and it was said that heavenly demons had retreated and no longer participated in the battle between Azuras and Celestials. Moreover, there seemed to be a problem with the cooperation between heavenly demons and Azuras. Chu Li knew it was because of I Ching's song. If Azuras did not kill I Ching's song, it would be like having a fishbone stuck in their throat. The Great Dream Sect would not let Azuras have their way. The cooperation between the two realms had turned into confrontation. Although it was not an all-out war like the Celestials and Azuras, it was getting worse. In the evening, they stopped at the peak of a mountain and sat on a boulder, eating and watching the sunset. The setting sun above the sleeping dragon mountains was particularly intense. It was as red as blood, dyeing the entire ground red. As they watched on, they felt an ominous feeling. They felt like the sky was filled with blood-red light. Sun Huaiyu shook his head. This time it was a close shave. Lady, why did you do this? Elder son, you know my difficulties. Shuai Liu pursed her red lips, looking determined. Her brows were like distant mountains, and her eyes were like autumn water. She sat on the boulder like a jade statue. A breeze blew, and her yellow gown fluttered. Her graceful figure revealed her determination. All right, let's see your luck. Sun Huaiyu said, this time, it's all about luck. If we're unlucky, we can forget about it. When he smiled, Elder son, we're much luckier now. It's not like the beginning. That's true. Sun Huaiyu nodded. If they were lucky at the beginning, they would be heavily injured even if they survived. Even with Chu Li, they would not be able to escape. Chu Li was sitting on the side, eating, when he suddenly looked into the distance with a serious expression. Someone else is coming? Shuai Liu asked softly. Chu Li nodded slowly. Someone powerful. I'll go take a look. Everyone understood what he meant. The newcomer's cultivation was extremely high, and they were afraid that they would be hurt if they attacked, so they could only remain silent. Chu Li took 2 steps forward, and in the blink of an eye, he was already 200 feet away. They stood at the top of the mountain and looked down. They could see Chu Li stop, and then a middle-aged man drifted out of the forest. He was about 40 years old and had a handsome face. His eyes were as bright as the stars, and his expression was calm. He glanced at the 4 people at the peak of the mountain and then looked at Chu Li. Who are you? Chu Li pulled out the heaven-killing sword and said in a deep voice, Chu Li. You're Chu Li? The middle-aged man chuckled. I've finally found you. Chu Li narrowed his eyes. Are you looking for me? The middle-aged man nodded and said, It's said that your cultivation isn't very high, but you're our bane. If we don't eliminate you, wouldn't it seem that our Azura is too incompetent? You want to be the Azura deity king, don't you? Chu Li asked. The middle-aged man was taken aback and chuckled. It seems that I have underestimated you. The matter of the Azura deity king was an internal matter of the Azura deity king and would not be leaked to the outside world. It was impossible to obtain information from an Azura because he was not afraid of death. Chu Li said, Stop, gather, kill. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill them? The middle-aged man glanced at the 4 people at the peak of the mountain and smiled. It seems that you care about them a lot. Chu Li nodded. I don't want to involve the innocent. The middle-aged man laughed coldly. How can there be innocent people in the extraterrestrial battlefield? Chu Li's heaven-killing sword trembled slightly and floated out. The middle-aged man suddenly flashed away and shot toward Shuai Liu and the others. Chu Li flashed again and blocked in front of him. When the heaven-killing sword was thrust, a strange force burrowed into the bottom of his feet. The middle-aged man tilted his body and fell to the ground without hesitation, avoiding the sword. Chu Li was surprised. The heaven-killing sword could produce an invisible force to bind the opponent when activated by the heaven-killing sword technique. At the same time, it could attack from the feet. Almost no one could avoid the combination of the two. This great Azura was the first. Chu Li's heart trembled. This middle-aged man had a high cultivation level. The heaven-killing sword was no longer enough. Is that all you've got? The middle-aged man took another step forward and closed the distance between him and Shuai Liu and the others. Chu Li slid in front of him and stabbed the heaven-killing sword and the heaven-killing sword at the same time. Bam, 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 bam. The middle-aged man tilted his body to avoid the heaven-killing sword. At the same time, a red light appeared around his body to block the heaven-killing sword. The middle-aged man's cultivation level was higher than Chu Li's, and he had a special skill that could break the heaven-killing sword's restraint. Otherwise, he would have died under the heaven-killing sword, even if his cultivation level was higher. The heaven-killing sword was solid and pure. Chu Li's cultivation level was higher than his, and his protective chi barrier could not block the heaven-killing sword. The middle-aged man could block Chu Li's proud antique study and completely suppress him. Chu Li felt that something was wrong. He had no other way out, so he activated the sacrificial power. Bam! In a strange muffled sound, he suddenly shrunk as if he had become shorter and thinner. Then, he moved like lightning and struck the middle-aged man with his palm. Bam, 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 bam. The middle-aged man's palm collided with Chu Li. Chu Li was suppressing the middle-aged man. His body movement technique and techniques were as fast as lightning. Shueyu and the others could only see two blurry shadows and could not see their techniques clearly. Sun Huayu and Xie Donglin stared at them and said, "My lady, you and Youngwen should leave first." Shueyu shook her head. "We can't. We can barely block him," Sun Huayu said, but he was not confident. Looking at their cultivation level, he estimated that they could not even block 10 moves. "We can only rely on Chu Li now," Xie Donglin said. "If it comes down to it," he glanced at Sun Huayu. Sun Huayu nodded slowly. They all understood that if it came down to it, they could only perish together with the Great Azura. Even if they could not kill the Great Azura, they had to injure him severely and give their lady a chance to escape. Under the activation of the sacrificial power, Chu Li's cultivation level increased tenfold. However, the middle-aged man did not show any weakness. He also used his secret skill and activated his potential to fight Chu Li head-on. He even subdued Chu Li. Although the true Supreme Titanium Supreme Scripture could subdue the Azura power technique, just like how water subdued fire. If the fire was much stronger, it would subdue the water. Buzz! The Sky Killer Sword and the other 8 swords rose into the air at the same time and gathered to form a sword wheel that slowly floated above Chu Li's head. Bam! Chu Li was suddenly hit by the Azura's palm. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew into the air. The middle-aged man sensed danger and chased after him into the air again. His eyes were cold. TSS. Chu Li made a sword gesture with his right hand and pointed at him. The 9 swords turned into a silver light and instantly collided with the middle-aged man. "Huh!" The middle-aged man shouted with a thunderous voice. Shueyu and the others fell to the ground with blood at the corner of their mouths. Chapter 22-27. The silver light dispersed, and a bloody mist surged up. An Azura's heart flashed and disappeared. The faces of the 4 people on the mountain stiffened. They stared at the dispersing silver light in astonishment. They watched as the 9 swords fell to the ground with a clang, no longer carrying the momentum of the sword wheel. Chu Li's face was pale as he slowly let out a sigh of relief. He slowly walked to the 9 swords and bent down to pick them up. He sheathed the Regal Sky sword back into the scabbard at his waist and placed the other 8 swords into the thick sword case on his back. Shueyu and the others initially thought that Chu Li was carrying that heavy sword case on his back was a little ridiculous, but now they could no longer think so. They only felt a chill, as if this thick sword case had turned into a monster that could swallow them at any time. Chu Li pretended to pack up the 9 swords strenuously. He glanced at the ground, but there were no signs of a fight. It was as if the middle-aged man had never appeared. However, he knew that once he used the 9 swords, the Azuras would definitely sense it. There would definitely be an even more powerful Great Azura coming to kill him. Whether he lived or died would depend on his own abilities. While he was panting, Shueyu and the others had already drifted over. Sun Huayu exclaimed in admiration, "What a great 9 swords as one!" Chu Li nodded. "It's 9 swords in one. I didn't expect to see the legendary 9 swords in one. Is this the antique study of a city of 10,000 swords?" Sun Huayu asked in surprise. "Chu Li, how did you perform it?" Chu Li smiled. "I stole the treasured sword from the city of 10,000 swords. Sai, 9 swords in one is said to be a sword formation for 9 people. I didn't expect you to be able to use it alone. It's really shocking. Sun Huayu shook his head and exclaimed, "It's really amazing." He never would have thought that there would be such a powerful move. With the sword wheel, even such a powerful great Azura was smashed into pieces, unable to resist at all. Chu Li said, "The power is strong, but the price is high too. I can't use more than a few strikes." If such a powerful martial art could be used endlessly, how would the masters of the world survive? Sun Huayu laughed. "Chu Li, you have such a divine martial art. No wonder you can't use it lightly." Once such a martial art was used, of course, he would become the target of public criticism. He could guess that even more powerful great Azuras would come knocking on his door. Chu Li said, "Elder son, we should part ways." Sigh. Sun Huayu sighed softly and nodded. He turned to look at Shueloyu. "My lady, it's really not suitable for us to stay by Chu Li's side anymore. It's too dangerous. In the future, the great Azura that comes after us will definitely be even more powerful. Even Chu Li might not be able to defeat a great Azura. We'll definitely die. That's why it's too dangerous to be around Chu Li. We need to avoid him." "Okay." Shueloyu nodded gently. She took a deep look at Chu Li. "Chu Li, you have to be careful." Chu Li asked, "Will the lady stay here or return to Wulong Town?" Shueloyu said, "I'm not willing to leave with my tail between my legs." Chu Li shook his head. "The current situation is too dangerous. The Azuras have gone crazy. They're crazy, so we have to be crazy too. Otherwise, are we supposed to avoid them?" Shueloyu said, "If we are really afraid of them, we will only become weaker and weaker in the future, and we will never be able to suppress the Azuras." What Lady Xiao said makes sense. "All right then, I'll stay and watch," Chu Li said. He was impressed by Shueloyu's determination. She was stronger than most men. If they could get through this, they would definitely be able to gain a foothold in the Rainmaster Palace and stand out from the crowd. They would then be able to take a solid step towards taking control of the Rainmaster Palace. Sun Huayu and Xie Donglin did not say anything. We naturally obeyed her. Chu Li separated from them and fluttered into the forest alone. Sigh. Shueloyu looked at his disappearing silhouette and shook her head. A dragon cannot be raised in shallow waters. "Lady Xiao, it's true that we shouldn't be with him now. We'll definitely die." Sun Huayu comforted her. "It's because of your ability that you managed to win over someone like him." Shueloyu smiled. "It's just luck. I can see that he's a person who cares about old friendships. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to worry about anything. He could just attack us directly, and we might not even know how he died. It's not a loss to him," Sun Huayu said. Shueloyu nodded. "He's a person who cares about old friendships." This was what she valued the most about Chu Li. It was important that he was skilled in martial arts, but if he had the heart of a tiger or a wolf, she could only stay far away from him to avoid being bitten in the back. "I hope he can make it through this time," Xie Donglin said in a low voice. Sun Huayu nodded. "I hope so." They could tell that Chu Li's 9 swords unification would not last more than a few strikes. However, he had already poked a hornet's nest. The great Azuras would not allow him to kill them. They would definitely find a way to kill him. It was hard to say whether he could escape or not. When he said, "Not only is Brother Chu skilled in martial arts, but he's also very intelligent. I'm sure he'll have a way to escape." That's true. He was able to break through to the heavenly beyond realm from the lower realm, and even survive to this day in the heavenly beyond realm. How could he not have some true abilities? Sun Huayu chuckled. "Then let's go quickly." This was the place where they killed that great Azura. They were afraid that other great Azuras would sense it, so it was better for them to leave. They quickly left. A moment later, 2 great Azuras arrived. They sniffed the air and looked around before chasing after Chu Li. The moon hung in the middle of the sky. Its clear radiance shone down, and the universe was crystal clear. Chu Li sat quietly on the top of an ancient tree, feeling the tranquility of his surroundings. His omniscient mirror was observing everything within 100 miles. He seemed to be observing it intentionally or unintentionally. He fell into a hazy silence and cultivated his spirit, allowing his heart to be at ease. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Two great Azuras appeared in his vision. Their cultivation levels were shocking and not inferior to the one he killed earlier. He frowned. He felt that these two were obviously chasing after him. He had the Earth Demonic Stone and Star Power. Logically, they should not have been able to find him. They could not sense him. The only possibility was that the great Azura he killed back then had used some kind of secret skill. Perhaps killing a great Azura would cause other great Azuras to sense him. He had killed so many Azuras, but he still did not have a deep understanding of Azuras. He slowly pulled out the Regal Sky sword and tossed it into the sky. The sword case behind him opened by itself. 8 swords were automatically unsheathed and shot into the sky. They gathered together to form a sword wheel that slowly floated in the air. Chu Li's control of his inner energy was now extremely exquisite. He opened the sword case with his inner energy and unsheathed the swords. After some practice, he could control them freely as if someone had unsheathed the swords and tossed them into the air. The sword wheel floated silently in the air. The two great Azuras slowly approached him. They had profound cultivation levels and sharp senses. They could sense fatal danger, so their footsteps became lighter and slower. They were careful with every step, afraid that they would step into a trap. Chu Li sat on a tree and closed his eyes. He completely concealed his aura to test if they could really sense his aura. He quietly moved 2 trees and changed his direction. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.